Don't take a passenger seat. We're back on the fast lane with the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hear about HR and compliance from the hotshots of automotive in our next panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Ted Ings. We have a special panel together here with some retail superstars. Tom Kline from Better Vantage Point is going to lead the discussion. Tom, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Great to be here. Thanks for having us, Ted, here in the fast lane.
Yeah, we are. And I see a lot of familiar faces and friends here. So, Tom, I'm going to let you get things underway with the introductions. I will exit, and I'll see you back on the other side.
Okay. Thanks, Ted. Let's take 30 seconds, and let's start with you, Kristina, if you can introduce yourself.
Sure. My name's Kristina Vaquera. I'm a partner with Jackson Lewis here in their Norfolk, Virginia office. We focus or specialize on working with and defending companies with regards to all of their workplace law issues.
Very good. Fleming?
Hi, I'm Fleming Ford, and I am the Director of Strategic Growth and with NCM Associates. So we work with dealerships on their culture, workplace productivity, and performance management. And I also moderate our HR 20 groups for NCM.
Okay, great. Welcome. Allie, good to see you.
Oh, so good to see you. Thanks for having me. I'm Allie Peters. I'm the Fixed Operations Director at Jaguar Land Rover San Antonio.
All right. And last but certainly not least, Shon.
Thank you, Tom. Shon Kingrey, Vice President of Fixed Operations for the Kaiser Automotive Group in Madison, Wisconsin.
Great. And with that, Shon, they have not seen these questions beforehand, so I'm going to spring these questions on each of them. So here we go. Shon, you're first.
Great.
What can HR do to better support the unique needs of the fixed op workforce? How do you collaborate with HR on issues like hiring, disciplinary action, or policy changes in service and parts? Do you involve HR proactively in training and culture building initiatives rather than when there's only a problem? Is HR part of your team, and do the technicians and HR employees feel that way? And I'm going to ask the same question to all of you. So Shon's getting it first, and then we'll see what everybody thinks.
Well, the good news is I don't have to recite that question again, because it'd be like getting married. What was the vows again? No, sorry. Tom,
me neither.
It's going to be such a cliche answer, and everybody's going to go, really, that was the answer? I think, again, as it is with everything, it's communication. As far as HR needs to communicate as clear it is, and we need to communicate with HR the same way. And I'll say this to Kristina, because that's what her role is. But guys, HR doesn't need to be the bad place. I make jokes about it, and everybody knows that, but it doesn't need to be the forbidden place to go. All right. I actually have a very good relationship with my HR director. She's at the same level I am. There's no power struggle. There's nothing like that. And as far as what HR can help with, it really rolls back into this. Whatever hiring source you're using, or whether it's through an outside source, or you have a hire company, the amount of resumes we get, and let's be honest, it's very obvious the amount of resumes we get that they're just hitting reply all, and you get 30 on every Sunday afternoon. So you stop going through them. If HR can help to weed through the bad ones, and when I say bad ones, when you're looking for a diesel technician, for example, in Allie and I's world or whatever, when I'm looking for a diesel technician, I don't need the McDonald's cook that's been there for 10 years. Because by the time, Mr. ADD, myself openly admittingly, by the way, by the time I get to resume number 6, I stop paying attention. If HR could pre-screen, realistically, hey, Shon, I think this is a good one, or not, because some of the hiring sources, and I won't name the company that we use that collects the applications, they give you a percentage score, and they say this guy's at 95%, or this gal's 100%, and the person doesn't even know how to spell automotive, and that's what scares you, is you're going, this person has been a busser. I'm not picking on that. They bust tables for 5 years, and they say they're a line tech or a service writer or a service director for a monster store, and it filters it out. So again, I still think that goes back to communication. If you set the standard, what you're looking for, let them pre-screen. The last thing I've seen, Tom, I know I don't know the questions, exit interviews. I 100% believe in exit interviews. We spent a lot of time on Ted's panels, talking about how important the welcome aboard is. And I know Tully and everybody does a good job of that, making sure their passwords are set up and that they feel welcome and they get to meet everybody. It costs nothing to say hello. But let's talk about exit interviews. I want to know why they're leaving. If they're leaving, and again, I'll stop so everybody has time to answer. When an employee, if Allie works for me and Allie leaves and has 10 jobs in the next 2 years, the problem was probably Allie. But when Allie leaves me and goes somewhere and knocks it out of the park and succeeds, we were the problem. And we need to own that and we need to address it. So what does HR do? HR needs to communicate with us on that.
Shon, just before we go on to the next person, do you do exit interviews when you fire someone?
I asked HR to do it. I asked HR to sit in the meeting, and then whoever whether it's me or one of my managers, I want HR to have a one-on-one. I want the gloves off. Because if I'm the problem, let's be honest. And again, I'm picking on Allie because I love Allie to death. If I'm the problem, Allie and I have a personality conflict, Allie's not going to speak freely in front of me. But Allie's going to speak very freely if I'm not in the room, I think. I hope so, at least.
Understood. And Kristina, as far as what Shon answered and this question, what do you see in your practice in terms of what could be done to prevent these kinds of problems that we're talking about, which is, lawsuits and EEOC concerns and that kind of thing?
Sure. I think partnering with HR, I love that concept. And I think it's not always well executed in my experience. So I think the earlier on employers collaborate with HR and work with them, the more proactive and preventative you can be in avoiding risk and liability. Their job is to know a little bit more about the law and a little bit more about what may be risky and have liability. I think management and fixed op roles would really be to at least issue spot, know when something may be a problem or an issue, and then get to HR and have that deeper conversation about maybe whether it really is or isn't and what might be some solutions. To help make sure that they are compliant and that they are mitigating that risk. To the extent HR can't answer it, or it is something that's more complicated, that's usually when they reach out to external resources like me, so that we can kind of look at it from a more legally compliant legal risk issue. But I love the whole focus on exit interviews. I think that actually is very key. I think you can learn a lot. I think when we, a lot of times when I get involved in litigation or a claim or a demand, sometimes when we go back and we look at those exit interview notes, we can see some of the issues right then and there. I think it's important to make sure too that you do something with the information that you get out of that exit interview. If it's a complaint that needs to be investigated, if it's a supervisor that we're getting recurrent issues brought up about, we do need to dive further, like Shon said, and kind of see whether or not we're the problem. We will, even if it's a fairly innocuous one, we will get a bad reputation very quick, and it will impact future hiring for sure.
Thank you. Fleming, your thoughts here?
No, I think that there is definitely a standard of people don't think that HR understands the shop world. And what's interesting is that my 3 HR 20 groups that we have asked for us to have our fixed ops instructors come in and teach them, bay capacity and, how to do like repair order calculations and effective labor rates. And they're asking for that. So I do think they want to partner as best as they can. But we do have to have, probably help from Shon and Allie working with them on, hey, here's what I'm looking for in the resume. Here's, giving them kind of your terminology and language. And I think, they do desperately want to be partners and not the police, right? So I do think, Shon, you really hit on something that I think we all need to be better at. And I'm excited to kind of continue to find ideas with you guys.
Great. Allie?
All right. So I will echo almost everything that Shon said. I think that for me, going into management early on in my career, I didn't have the working relationship that I do now with with the HR team. And to Shon's point, I have a wonderful relationship with my HR director. And I think that the thing that I needed as a leader was to understand what their role was. And like you guys are all saying, they aren't supposed to be the police. They're a tool, they are support for me to be able to accomplish what we need to on our team. And they're able to keep me compliant because that is not necessarily my innate strength. I like a little gray. So all of you guys would probably be driven crazy at first, but then once we figured out what the goal was and what I needed and how you needed me to do it, then that was where the magic felt like it happened, because I felt, like I said, I mean, I've been in management for 10 years now. And so navigating and understanding what really each party's role wasn't clear when I started. And once that became clear, it was a game changer. And to Shon's point, it's all about communication. If I say, I need this because of X, Y, and Z, or I want to do this because of X, Y, and Z, then it's how do we do what we need to do while still making sure that we're taking care of our people, making sure that we're protecting our company, making sure we're being compliant so that we don't have to have Kristina step in and go litigate for us.
Right. I think
We love you, Kristina, but we don't want you around. Yeah.
That's right.
I think it's
Get that a lot.
Kristina's got tough skin. Allie, what I really liked about what you said was that this is a process and there's education, and groups like NCM and TED and Sarah Van Tyne are here to help educate the dealer community as to what we need to be doing as a whole. And education in of itself is a process, right? And so you don't just get the HR education on day 72 and then that's it, right? There should be, and I would advocate that there should be a continuous process of making sure that everyone understands the changing laws, the changing times, what's happening in the world, and what's happening with technicians. Is there a technician shortage, or is it a shortage of people in HR not hiring the right people, like Shon was talking about? So I like that. Next question, we're going to start with Fleming. Fleming, it's often joked that dealerships hire with a gut feeling and a handshake. In 2025, is our industry behind the times in using data-driven hiring practices like assessment tests, structured interviews, thorough background screening? What outdated hiring practices should fixed ops leaders drop? And what modern techniques would you challenge your peers to adopt to land better quality talent and avoid costly bad hires?
All that, huh, Tom?
And more.
And more. No, great question. And I do think it's a huge opportunity because where I see, mistakes sometimes that service managers make is they just get excited that someone has their certifications, right? And they're like, go, just sign them up. And they're not really taking the time to assess, do they fit our values? Are they going to be a good teammate? Are they going to provide, do they have great hospitality and customer, focused, goals and so forth. So I think coming up with scorecards, as you said, putting more data behind the interviewing, learning how to interview, learning assessments and which ones can help you identify, we don't want technicians who aren't detail oriented, right? We want technicians that care to get things done and follow process and make sure there's not a lot of mistakes coming back. So that's where the HR partnership, I think, becomes critical. So teaching interview skills, finding the assessments, also, avoiding any type of biases in the interviews or inappropriate things that can also get us in compliance trouble, asking the questions you're not really supposed to ask, all of those things. And I think also making sure that females feel comfortable entering into the shop. I think that's a real huge opportunity.
Give us the top 3 things you shouldn't ask.
Let's see, who's going to take care of the kids, right?
That's one.
Yeah. I think, one of my least favorite questions and probably the most popular question is, tell me about yourself, right? It doesn't, it leaves it up to the candidate to tell us, and they're only going to tell us the good things. So you have very limited time to find out about this candidate and what their work ethic is, what their teamwork is like, what their attitude is like. I'd rather hire for their attitude than skill, and make sure you're just not retreading people from other bad backgrounds and cultures that we don't want to make toxic in our store. And I think the third question, which isn't don't ask, but do ask, is ask behavioral based interview questions, which means ask about prior behaviors, prior situations that come from the past. So tell me about a time, Tom, that you and a colleague had a disagreement and what happened. Or describe a time that you were working on a repair and you couldn't find the solution quickly. So you want to see how they've handled things in the past, so that's the best predictor for the future.
Great counsel. Kristina, let's start with the top 3 things that people should not ask on interviews, of which you hear all the time. So categorize them by popularity. And then if you have any further thoughts on what Fleming said or the question.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean, right off the bat, I mean, in terms of things we shouldn't be asking, a lot of people like to ask, have you ever been injured on the job? And obviously that would be problematic for a number of reasons, for workers' comp issues, as well as disability related issues. Asking something that can, may be well-intended, but can come across as being a stereotype question. So questions about kids, questions about, I don't know, complimenting someone. You think you're complimenting someone on a hairstyle or dress or nails or something else that maybe is really not pertinent to the interview. It can be easily misunderstood or perceived as not being a compliment, being something else. And being inconsistent. I think that's probably one of the biggest mistakes that we see, inconsistent questions. Asking a female different questions than you'd ask a male candidate, for example. So those are some of the top 3 things that I'd say avoid. But kind of picking up on some of the things that Fleming went to, I think you need to make sure you keep really good interview notes. We have been seeing more and more claims with regards to failure to hire. And you want to make sure that you've got your questions written out in advance. You know what you're going to ask. Going back to that collaboration with HR, making sure you've collaborated to make sure those are good questions. You've vetted those. And then you ask the same questions of everyone, keeping notes, so that when you rack and stack how you're going to call people back for a second interview, or who you're going to make an offer to, we can recreate that situation, because we may not see that claim or that demand for months or a year even. We may not be litigating that for several years. So recreating that memory of what happened is going to be a challenge if you don't have any of those notes. And then the last thing I'd point out would be making sure that you're multi-state compliant. You need to know where you're recruiting from. Our states have become a patchwork of various laws, kind of backfilling for a lack of federal response on a lot of these issues. And what you can or cannot ask in an interview, what you can and cannot test for, whether or not you can even run a background check, and even whether or not you can have someone check the box that says have they committed a crime before, varies wildly state to state. And so it's not just the state that you're in. As you start to recruit for those higher level positions, especially, or skilled positions where you're going to go out of state potentially with your posting and or your recruiting efforts, you must be compliant in the state that you are recruiting in. It's not just where you're located, it's the state that you've availed yourself of that candidate in.
Great thoughts. Allie, you're up.
All right. Well, that's fascinating. We are a Texas-based company, and all of our stores are in Texas. So that was just kind of an eye-opening bit of information, Kristina, because there have been people that have made a move from a different state, and I don't know other rules. So things to know and things to be aware of as we have those conversations. This is really helpful. I think for me, this is probably inappropriate, sorry, Tom and Ted, but when Fleming was saying, who's going to watch the kids? I actually had, this is way a long time ago, and So it's a funny story now, but I had a general manager ask me if he needed to talk to my husband before I made a decision. And I just thought that was not okay. So I just, again, history tells the story of what the future looks like. But I think for us, one of the things that we've really started focusing on is it aligns with what you both were just saying, is the consistency, is having notes. So we have a note section for our interviews, and we have multiple people involved in that. And so that we can keep that record and say, okay, it wasn't just Allie saying, oh, my best friend needs a job, so I'm going to hire them. And then in 6 months when it doesn't work out, everyone says, why? How did we even get here? Like, we are all involved. We are all engaged. There have been a lot of things that I feel grateful for with my career, because I've always worked for fairly progressive groups. And so from day one, almost 15 years ago, I did do a test before I was hired, and it was personality based, and there was a bit of skill, but mostly who am I as a person and how do I fit in this culture? And I think that was something that started very, very early on in my career. And when I am looking to bring someone onto my team, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Fleming. I think that you hire for attitude. I think that you hire for culture fit. Outside of a very few roles in our organization, you can be taught the job. And if you have the right attitude, you have the right energy, you're someone who brings value to the team and lifts us up as we grow, we're going to teach the rest.
That's a great point. Shon, your thoughts here?
Well, and again, I can reiterate, because this is kind of really more on Fleming and Kristina's area, because here's, I think, the key is, and I'm not proud to say this, but as I'm 31 years into this, guys, the one thing I say in some of Ted's other partners in the marketing field is, guys, we're parts and service managers on the fixed operations side. On the sales side, they're sales managers. We're not hiring specialists. We don't know what we can and can't ask. We don't know what the rules are until we do it wrong. Let's be honest. Like, you guys don't come around and say, hey, good job on the hire. You come around and say, you screwed that one up. And now here's the negative side to it, because again, history repeats itself. Guys, in the parts and service world, and Allie, you can jump in on this. Guys, we're back to hiring heartbeats again. And I'm not proud to say that, but we're so desperate for technicians and service writers, because it's not about the money anymore, because you can make a lot of money doing both of those. The new generation, it's not about money, it's about time off. And we can go down, that's another path we can go down. But we don't know what we don't know. We're back to hiring heartbeats. So we're desperate. We aren't asking questions. So my point would be, it almost ties into your first question. What can HR do to help? Tell us the questions we should and shouldn't ask, sure. But how about questions that are meaningful? Because right now, if Allie comes and applies to me and she says, hey, I want to write service, okay, I'm going to hire her because she just wants to come to work. And I'm not trying to be desperate, but that's just the world we're living in.
Right.
Like, let's be honest. We all talk about hiring the waiters and waitresses. We've all got success stories. Those are kind of used up now. We've all kind of been there and done that. We need help, and we need help to know what we can and can't ask, what we should and shouldn't ask, and then we need help sit in the interviews. We're okay being coached, I promise you.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote down you got to train the trainer. We need to be trained just as well, because we don't know what we don't know. I promise you, we're on fire from the minute we open the door to the minute we go home. And then you go, oh, I got an interview at 1 o'clock. You walk in there. We're not in interview mode, I promise you. We're the fire's still growing on the service drive, because I just had to step away because I owe that interview to that somebody. Chances are we're already probably 10 minutes late for it, which is rude anyway. And we're on fire. And we need, so again, sit in the interview and help us, because we need critiqued as well.
Right. And I think the best take home point about that, Shon, is ask HR to provide you with a list of questions that you should ask in interviews. And then you have that structure like Fleming was talking about. You have the consistency that Kristina was talking about. It's a super simple item. Just give us the framework and then we'll follow it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That is very correct.
Absolutely.
All right, Allie, and if you don't have an answer to some of these, you can just say pass, by the way. And we'll go into the next. I'm not saying that to you. I'm saying that to everyone.
Now you tell us that, as we're already 2 questions into the panel.
That's right. Well, I caught you, Shon. So, all right, ready? How do you handle a dealer principal or fixed ops director who dismisses HR compliance or culture initiatives as HR fluff or unnecessary? Share your best argument or success story to convince a skeptic that things like flexible schedule, wellness programs, and diversity efforts aren't just coddling employees, but are smart business. Essentially, how do you convert an old school mindset to embrace new best practices in people management?
I love this question. So I will say this, I am very grateful because the organization that I work for is in its 4th generation. And as fourth generation leaders, our COO, our CPO, our Chief People Officer, they're my age. And so we have handed the baton off to people who are generationally aligned with some of that fluff, as you called it. And I do genuinely believe that they have this vision of providing an exceptional place to work. And so we are, again, fairly progressive. So with that being said, I feel very grateful for that. I will say in the past, and even still people who I'm very, very close with have that more old school mentality. And oftentimes in the most professional, respectful, and loving way, it's you just got to beat them over the head with it. It's, I love you. You want to work 6 days a week, bell to bell. You can do that. I'm not going to tell you to stop it, but not everyone needs to do that. And we're going to move forward so that we are a place that people want to be. Because to Shon's point, we don't have enough people. So what do we need to do to make it more exciting, to make it more enticing, and to, when we get the people here, make them want to stay because they have the life that they love and they're working for the life that they love and they're creating, not working all the time with no added benefit to that. So yes, just a respectful, loving, squeaky wheel. And most of the time that has been mostly successful.
All right, Shon, you touched on this earlier. I'm going to go to you next.
So for me, my favorite cliche, my favorite line is the speed of the leader, speed of the team. Okay.
Right.
So if the leader, and I'm not, we can't change the dealer principle. And I'm like Allie, I'm very fortunate. I work for the best of the best now. And they're not anti-HR, but I have worked for an anti-HR person before. To be honest with you, when I was in Florida, and that culture doesn't work. So you can't include them because his answer was nothing against the HR officer, you're fired. You can't have that attitude. So you just have to kind of go around it. Everything I do, if the opportunity arrives to include HR, I include HR. All right. We've made mistakes. I'll be careful what I say here. We had a situation, by the way, we had an FMLA case, guys. We don't know, back to what we don't know. We had an FMLA case. We don't deal with FMLA cases, and we didn't handle it correctly. It wasn't on purpose. It wasn't malicious. It's because we didn't know. And in return, I promise you that if we would have had a Fleming or certainly a Kristina involved from the get-go and didn't do it because Kristina charges $350 an hour or whatever she charges, so we chose not to include her, I promise you the outcome was worse than $350 an hour. And then, that FMLA word, that F stands for federal, and that just scares the heck out of me. I stay away from that. So to answer your question, what can we do? You have to include HR. And if you include HR, your staff will include HR because they know, again, they're not the big dark witch in the corner that you don't want to involve.
Right. Okay. Kristina, your thoughts?
Yeah, sure. No, I love that. And that's certainly what we want to hear from clients is that they're not being penny wise, pound foolish. Ultimately, we always tell folks, federal court litigation right now will run them about $500,000. That's a lot of bonuses and a lot of money that comes right off the bottom line. And it seriously impacts folks. The other thing that I think that I see a lot is that we just don't have time for the training. A lot of these organizations are very, very busy. And they think that it's dollars lost because we're pulling people off the floor. But you have to make time for that training. It ultimately is a piece of being compliant and making sure that you are avoiding that litigation. But in terms of people who ignore what HR is advising or ignore what legal is telling them, I think those folks need to understand that in a managerial role or capacity, especially if they sit in that role, they are the face of the company. They can very easily create that liability for us, putting their own jobs in jeopardy and their own place of employment in jeopardy. But even more so, they can have personal liability. And I think a lot of folks just don't realize that, right? So someone who is maybe overly abusive verbally or physically assaults, causes that emotional distress or causes an assault or risk liability is problematic. And they need to recognize that they're not just creating risk for the company, but risk for themselves as well by ignoring the advice that they're being given.
Okay, Fleming.
Wow. So I love this one. And I think I encourage my HR people to, in particular, talk the language of the dealer, talk the language of the GM. So coming and saying, we're out of compliance is not what they want to hear. But saying, here's where we have exposure that could cost us money, cost us reputation, cost us people. If we turn it from compliance into dollars and disruption in productivity, that is something that is their language. And I think, the more that we bring solutions and not problems, hey, we can solve this with a 5-minute training, not just coming and saying, hey, we're out of compliance again. So, right. That way it really meets them where they're at in terms of business discussions.
Okay. Ted, do we have time for a lightning round question?
Lightning round. Go ahead.
Lightning round. Okay. Kristina, starting 30 seconds or less for your answer. What's the most innovative or unconventional thing you've implemented to improve compliance or culture in a fixed ops department that others might not think to try? It could be anything from starting each day with a team stretch, safety huddle, peer mentoring, or even a unique incentive or benefit. Looking for creative ideas, something that made a difference in your practice or your client's practice or in your shop and people dynamics and could inspire others. So 30 seconds.
Oh no. Come back to me because I don't know right off the top of my head.
Okay.
Why don't you start with me on this one?
Shon?
Leaderboard. No, hands down for me, it's the leaderboard. We share our hours, we share our sales, we share everything. It's not a popular decision. There's a lot of fighting against it and revolt
right.
First. After you have it, you'll never regret it, and they'll ask for it.
Yeah.
Great answer. Allie?
2 things. One, we have quarterly events with our Parks and Service department, and that's really fun and bonding, and we look forward to it. And they ask for karaoke next time. And then number 2 is we started doing a weekly lunch where 2 of the managers, we started with 2 techs. We're almost done with our tech team, and we're going to include our advisors and our parts team. And so once a week, there's a lunch, and you get to look forward to it, talk about all the things that we can work on and the things that they like to see, and go to somewhere nice on the company's dime.
Nice. Fleming?
I'm going to go with 2 also. First and foremost, become a coach, not a commander. Do one-on-ones, learn your people, help with their challenges, be there for them, support them, and value them. Don't hide in the office. But 2, get your GM involved. There has been a study showing now that knowing the GM, having their ears, having them involved with the service center and the parts center, knowing them is really a driver of retention. So I encourage all my GMs, learn your people and learn what that matters to them.
Yeah, learn their names. Let's start with that.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know that's the case that GMs don't know the names of the technicians who have been there for 20 years, keeping your customers coming back. I mean, it's real. That is really a problem. All right. And then batting cleanup, Kristina, any final comments?
Yeah, I would say with my clients that are in this industry, there are some that have actually given GMs and others that are in positions of decision-making authority, actual direct access to me at times, and have put them on the phone. And that has been helpful, especially if they have never had interactions with legal. I can ask those direct questions. I can answer their questions that they have.
Yes.
And I think it's that collaborative process, but also just they like being able to just get that access sometimes. So, where that permission is given, it's very preventative.
And let me just say for everyone who's listening, many or most insurance companies have a hotline that they sponsor that's free to the dealers.
Yeah.
And that's part of the premium that you pay is having access to those folks. So please give your HR department and or your department managers access to that hotline. It's very helpful most times. I'm not going to say all the time, but it's very helpful and you've paid for it. And so use it. If not, you can call Kristina, of course, and she'll be happy to answer your questions. All right, Ted.
Kristina and Tom, it's like a preventative wake-up call, right? So
Yeah.
We
I
hope
like that.
so.
What a great panel, Tom. What a great topic. And Fleming, to hear the need, especially in the fixed operations side of the business, as to the HR needs, and to there's an awakening there, Fleming. So this, what a hotbed of activity fixed operations can be with HR.
Oh yeah, we're excited.
Yeah, great news. So I want to thank the panel, Allie Peters, our great colleague over in San Antonio at Jaguar Land Rover, Shon Kingrey in balmy Madison, Wisconsin at the Kaiser Automotive Group. Kristina, thank you so much. Very valuable information and a great resource for our industry. Fleming Ford, welcome back
Yes.
to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I
So
say
glad to be
that,
back.
and great to see you back. Allie, we had Fleming with us, I think, at event number 4 in Las Vegas, right before the world changed. Remember that? So
Yes.
yeah, that was a lot of fun. And Tom Kline, wow, what a great panel, great thought starter questions, and great work putting all this together. We're gonna have to come back and do it again, as you know.
Great. Let's do it.
Tom, if our audience wants to reach out to you, I know you keep dealers compliant. You help them be aware of what they need to do. What's the best way to reach out to Tom Kline and take advantage of your resources?
Yeah, my phone, I answer my phone. I try to, 757-434-7656. My email's at the bottom of the screen. I'm on LinkedIn, Facebook, or you can go to my website, bettervantagepoint.com.
Great. Tom, thank you for all you do for the industry.
Pleasure.
And on behalf of the Roundtable, on behalf of Sarah Van Tyne, we want to wish all of you and your families a happy Thanksgiving next week. So
You also.
thank you for
Thank
what
you.
you do. All right. Everybody, the compliance and HR panel with Tom Kline here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Credit card fees cutting into your profits? PayJunction's compliant smart surcharge has helped dealers save $130,000 per rooftop annually with tools that protect CSI. Our customer-facing terminals offer clear pricing options, so customers are given the freedom to choose for themselves. Want to unlock modern payment features like smart surcharge, text-to-pay, and cards on file? With our no-code payments integration, you can connect your current management software with modern payment technology that automatically syncs data across platforms for easy reporting and reconciliation. PayJunction, intelligent technology designed for dealers. Book your personalized savings analysis today.
While you're turning wheels, you can be turning inspection data into action and ROI with our next panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tyne here with Ted Ings. Today, we're going to go beyond the hardware, turning inspection data into action. And BL Innovare is the technology that drives engagement, not just efficiency. Ted, we have an exciting panel today.
Sarah, we do. Thank you so much. I want to welcome back Carol Kilner, who's the CEO of BL Innovare, one of the leaders in our industry in inspections. Carol, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted, sir. Excited to be here again with you today.
Carol, excited to have you. And, technology has become the foundation of fixed operations. I would never have thought this some years ago, but it's actually making fixed ops exciting again. So thank you and congratulations to all the success that BL Innovare is having.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
So if I can ask to start, Carol, how do you see technology laying the foundation for better fixed operations at the retail level?
I think technology is just a foundational tool. It lays that foundation for operational efficiencies. And, I think tech is great at doing those mundane tasks, repeatable things that humans don't have to do, and humans might often forget to do or not quite do the job that we need them to do. So I think that having that technology to drive that operational efficiency is really what we need going forward.
And Carol, there's been a lot that BL Innovare has been up to. And so I'd love to get your perspective. What's new since last time that we talked, and what's next?
So what's new? We actually, just this past month, crossed over 20 million vehicle inspections. And you're looking right now at one of our innovative products. We released it back in 2021. So it's our classic system that's been working well for many dealerships. And this is what's driving a lot of these inspections. And it's where a lot of people just get started with that basic tech. We've been working on some enhancements to that. And one of our focus is developing these tools that are modular in approach, because you may have a vision of where you want to go, but that vision has to match the budget. So you may not be able to get all of the tech in the lane at day one, but you want tech that's going to kind of grow with you as the dealership grows. And what we've done here is we've focused on a very modular approach. You can add to the technology.
Good looking modular, if I may add, Carol. This is really a step up in appearance for anybody's service lane.
Absolutely, and we want it needs to look good. They spend a lot of money putting in the service lane, giving the customers experience. You want the product to match that. And so we've taken this modular approach. Just recently, we released the Bodyguard Plus, which has that exact same footprint as the Fastline Plus, but this is for the dealerships looking only at that premium imaging type aspects. Our Fastline product, as you know, is an engagement tool. It really drives that additional level of engagement. But this is designed as a premium imaging product to capture all of the angles as it's going in the dealership. And one of the things that we've added to this is also the software ability to automatically identify the damages as it's going through the dealership. So we focus not only on the hardware, but also big focus on that software side of things. So what you're looking at here is the Bodyguard system with some enhanced overhead side lightings. We have a full tunnel solution where you can also add the overhead lighting for those dealerships that want to have the 360 scanning, but you don't have to start there. You can just start with the basic system and then grow as the needs evolve or as the budget becomes available to enhance that technology.
Yep, makes sense. Look at that. And there it is. There's the two additional cameras at the top with the overhead modules.
Yeah. So again, you don't have to start with all of that. You can start with the basic tech in the lane and let that technology grow as the dealership has use case for it.
Very nice. And again, very good looking as well.
Yeah. And this is something that warms my heart when you see in that top right there, you actually see countries putting in tunnels where they're locked by land. They can't add on to their building. So they actually took a part of the parking lot, built in the tunnel, and that's where they're putting the inspection equipment there. So I love to see how they're engaging with that, with the technology. And we even have customers that have that have competitive products already. And obviously they're not going to throw out their investment, and we don't want them to, but they can add the Bodyguard imaging products alongside their other equipment there. So it's it's exciting to see how many different configurations we have, and not shown there is we have actually several customers that are early adopters of our product back in 2015, 16 that are still using the technology today. We've upgraded them to the latest software, and they've added a bodyguard for the imaging capabilities. But I think ultimately you want the technology that's going to grow with the organization. You don't want 2-3 years you have to throw out that technology because there's something else that's come along to replace it. So I think it's all about being able to build on that foundation.
Carol, let's talk a little bit about turning that technology into a value engine. If you don't mind, what's an example of where your system has changed how a dealership operates?
Sure, I'd love to. I love to share this story where there's the real human impact. We had a customer where one of their workshop folks had an unfortunate accident that prevented them from doing the stuff that they would do in the workshop. So instead of sending him home to do nothing, they moved him up to the front, had him work with the DMS, had him work with the inspection lane results, and present and educate those to the customer. And this particular customer had a big investment they bought ADAS equipment. They had a high-end alignment rack, and they had their Fastline system. And they had this one champion, because that was now his job. He couldn't do what he was doing before. He became their champion of this, and they had an ROI in 9 months on all of that equipment just by having that one person being totally engaged. And I know that's a unique use case, but I think at the end of the day, having that tech in the lane, it looks great. The customers are coming in and they can see that you are recording the cars, you're measuring some data points, you're being able to add value to that. So just having that tech there and then freeing up your service advisors or your porters to not have to run around the car and do all that things that our technology can quite frankly do better.
Carol, you touched on the ROI element, and a lot of dealers are also thinking about how this might look for their organizations, and they're thinking about all the different pieces with CSI, and then of course that customer engagement and how this looks. From your perspective, what are you seeing across your installations in terms of measurable results?
I think for us, it happens all the time, is for engaged customers, you see 6 to 9 months ROI easily on this technology. But really, to see these results, it's all about the right tech, the right place, the right engagement. That's really what's key. I would rather not sell you a product if you're not going to use it. If you're not going to be engaged in selling alignment services, then don't buy the Fastline product. Maybe the Bodyguard product, it can give you that return on investment much quicker, and you're not going to have that buyer's remorse. So it's really about that right tech, right place, right time. And, for us as BL Innovare, we focus on CSI, but not in the same way the dealerships do. We focus on the dealerships' CSI. We want them, they're our customers. We need them to be happy with this tech. And we can only do that by really focusing on their customer experience so that they can deliver to their end customers. And I think, we've really taken this to heart in our software UI, UX. We've never really shown anything here on the panel before, but you'll see this dashboard. It kind of replaces that whiteboard. It gives you very quickly, you have 3 columns of data. I can see how I'm doing today, this week, this month. I can see the traffic coming into the lane. I can see what the average traffic looks like on a Tuesday. I can see how many inspections we've done and how many opportunities that we've had to upsell a service. And then thirdly, on the last column, you can see what people are actually using the system and engaging, or who do I need to go have a conversation with about why they're not using that technology. So I think here, one of the things we do is we spend a lot of time on making sure the dealerships have that information they need in an easy presented format. Everybody's busy and there's information overload. So how do we make the complex simple? And I think we've really done that. And we've heard this from our customers when they pull up the 2 screens they have in the dealership working on service orders. And they're like, wow, I wish all our screens looked like this or presented data in this manner.
And Carol, you have everything, what I'm noticing, in one place, one screen. You're listing everything. So like you said, we're busy in the dealership, but for leadership to be able to go and access this information, this speaks volumes.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the first screen they see when they sign on. Your service advisors have their own screen. When they sign on, they see exactly what vehicles have came in and what they can present to the customer. So it's really important that we deliver the right technology and the right software experiences to the dealership that makes it easy for them to do their job.
And Carol, the big buzzword that Sarah and I are experiencing right now is efficiencies. Efficiency in fixed operations, making the best use of the customer's time, the best use of my people's time. And you're so right. The technology is there now. BL Innovare has that to be able to help my people be more efficient and engaging the customer and talking about their needs. And you're right. We're able to get a more accurate evaluation, if you will, of the customer's vehicle by using technology.
And I think one of the things when you asked about what we're working on and what's new, one of the things that's really come to the forefront is this collaboration, because you have a lot of different technologies in the dealership, but we need to have the data in one place. It needs to be connected. So we've been working a lot with partners, the DMS, the CRMs, and other technology providers to see how we can have synergies so that we can present this information in a more unified fashion.
Carol, if I can follow up on that last slide with the dashboard, what separates dealers who see ROI or strong ROI from those who don't? In your opinion, you've worked with thousands of dealers now all over the world. What are you seeing out there?
I think that the dealers that recognize the what this information can provide and how it can change the narrative for their customers. It's not even about the selling. It's about having that data to be a talking point, I think, is what makes it successful. So if they recognize the value in that, then they're going to, it's going to show with their people, and they're going to demand the engagement from their people. Because quite frankly, if you're not, they're probably going to be off doing something different rather than engaging the customer or having those conversations that might improve the experience and lead to additional sales opportunities.
And Carol, how are customers responding to this type of technology? Seeing it in use, with their own vehicles at the dealership.
I think the customers, and I mean, I speak for myself as a customer as well. I love it when I get a report that shows me, what's been inspected, and with our systems, they can share images. So if there's ever any question, you can send a link and say, "Hey, we've recorded the condition of your vehicle, or we identified a few different dents here," or maybe you share the inspection report with them. But I think customers like data, and then they can choose to act on the data now, today, or maybe on their next visit, they will choose. So I think having that data in an easy, presentable format for the customer as well is key.
Sarah, I see this as really helping the perception of the dealer as being modern and modernizing the entire service process up front with the customer and being transparent, obviously.
It's so true, Ted. I mean, this is not only creating engagement, it's like you said, creating the efficiency in this process for the technicians and for that customer experience. And Carol, it really is that trust that helps, this system really pay for itself. So if a dealership hasn't modernized yet, where's the easiest place to start?
I think the big thing here is that we develop technology for every budget and every lane. The entry-level system, the Bodyguard Classic I showed you there, anyone who is experiencing spending $500 a month on claims or labor and documenting, it's a no-brainer. Like $500 a month, that's nothing, and that technology pays for itself.
Wow.
We have, the Fastline Evo Plus that we've talked about, and that's a one-box engagement tool. It gives you alignment results as well as vehicle imaging, and we have the Bodyguard Plus that we just talked about that's strictly around the vehicle imaging. So we have a product that sort of fits every budget and every, in every lane, and also allows it to be modular, so you can add to it. You don't have to spend a significant capital investment to just get started.
And Carol, up until now, the perception of some of this technology, not just the perception, but reality has been that it has priced some dealers, out of the market. Now you just made it very clear. that you've got options for dealers to be able to engage customers with this technology. So, Carol, I imagine people watching are going to have questions. How will this work for me with my circumstance and my dealership, with my franchise? I imagine you custom tailor this, depending on their needs.
Absolutely. And I think first and foremost, BL Innovare is a product development company. 75% of my staff is involved in designing, building, supporting the product. We don't have a huge sales team. We don't have, you don't see us shouting on social media there. We're really focused on developing the product. Even our global product manager, he's a product guy. He's an engineer by heart. So we're always looking to quietly develop these products that can help basically solve a problem at the right price point. I mean, we've always said you can't solve a $10,000 problem with a $100,000 solution. So I think we're really, really mindful of that as a company.
So, Carol, if our audience wants to reach out with those questions and learn more about BL Innovare and what you can do for them, what's the best place? How do they take the next step? How do they get in touch?
Oh, there's so many ways to get involved with us. I mean, we've got our website down there. I've got my email down there. Maybe we have a phone number. You can reach out to us, and we'd love to chat and figure out what's the right tech, because I do not want a dealership getting into the wrong tech.
Dealers are making the plans right now for 2024, Sarah, and this 2026, pardon me. And, this is on the radar for a lot of dealers.
It is, Ted and Carol. It's incredible to see the innovation and the thoughtfulness that BL Innovare puts into its products, and again, the different options that are available for dealers.
Thank you. We look forward to hearing from you, and we definitely have the right technology out there. Let us help you figure out what's next.
BL Innovare, everybody, on the web, blinnovare.com. Carol, on behalf of Sarah and myself, we want to wish you, your family, and the BL Innovare family at the end of next week, a happy Thanksgiving here in the U.S. And thank you for all you do for the industry.
Thank you.
Everybody, Carol Kilner with BL Innovare here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Prior to having the inspection lanes, we were doing 125 or so alignments per month. We're approaching 400 alignments per month now. Quite a return on investment.
Most of the time, customers don't even know that their alignment is out. So now we're able to catch it before they start to notice any severe, pull to the left or to the right. And we're able to pick up accurate measures of their tire tread, whether or not the alignment's good or bad. And so it just gives the customer kind of a wondering of, oh, I had no idea. Thank you for telling me. And then go ahead and tell them, it's a quick, easy process. If you'd like us, to get the alignment corrected, we can.
Our service lane is well equipped with camera systems all the way around, but when the coats and the bodyguard team came in and set up our equipment, it has helped us dramatically in savings as far as individuals saying that we damaged or we scratched their car.
So as a new advisor, I could not imagine doing my role today without the inspection lane.
Looking at the health report printout that I received with the ROs, I am able to myself better understand if a vehicle maybe even has bent components before even getting it on and checking it myself on the alignment rack.
It definitely has a positive effect on CSI. Customers enjoy knowing that their car is in good condition, and they want to know if it's not. As far as having the inspection lane, is something that we felt very strongly about. We really felt that it was going to be a good investment. It is definitely something that has high gross. I would recommend it to any dealership that wants to make the investment, because you'll get your return probably in about 6 months.
Fastline and Bodyguard. Exceptional value as standalone products. Together, they bring you the ultimate solution. Fastline Evo and Fastline Plus. Combining the best of both worlds.
Stop what you're doing, because we're breaking news right out of the gate. The Fixed Ops Roundtable is coming to NADA in Las Vegas, and we're opening a very limited number of media and spotlight opportunities. If you want in, stay right here. Now let's crank it up. January 26th through the 29th, the Fixed Ops Roundtable unleashes our next virtual event, Rock Revolution. 4 electric days, non-stop momentum, and the biggest names in fixed ops take the stage to drop the strategies, breakthroughs, and profit-driving plays that will dominate 2026. This isn't a podcast. This isn't a Zoom. This is a full-throttle, amped-up experience for service, parts, leadership, and every dealership ready to own the year. So plug in, turn the volume to max, and get your team locked in for Rock Revolution January 26th through the 29th. And remember, Vegas is calling. Reach out now for exclusive NADA media opportunities.
Shift into gear as we take a look at the myth of fixed costs with Shon Kingrey and Steve Thompson from Integrity Cost Consulting.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today, we're going to be talking about the myth of fixed costs. And Ted, there's a lot of challenges that dealerships may be looking at this year, and this is a big, important topic.
Right, Sarah, as dealers make their plans now for 2026, we're firmly in the fourth quarter and want to welcome the expert Steve Thompson, has a company called Integrity Cost Consulting, a great partner here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Shon Kingrey is the Vice President of Fixed Operations at Kaiser Automotive Group. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ted. Happy to be here as always.
I want to go ahead and start the conversation, Steve, if it's okay with you, and challenge the assumption that dealership overhead is static. A lot of times we call them fixed costs, but very often they're not fixed at all. And I think you can help start to shed a little bit of light on that.
Yeah, I think so. I think a lot of organizations, dealerships assume these are fixed. They're set it and forget it type things, where a lot of these service-based expenses, you might sign a three-year agreement and you only look at them every 3 years. And in between that time period, the bills are coming in. If they look right, they get paid. If they look reasonable, they get paid. However, we've seen it for at least the last 12 years where over thousands of invoices that we have reviewed, it's still over 90% of the time we're going to find errors and overcharges. It's no longer surprising to us, but I think it's surprising to dealerships and to organizations to see this, because they say, I thought these were fixed costs, and we find out that they're not. And these are in areas like telecom, industrial laundry, waste disposal, utilities. Those are the 4 areas that we focus on.
You mentioned laundry waste invoices. A lot of times, as you mentioned, those are recurring invoices. And Shon, especially when you have multiple locations over some geography, I would imagine it's tough to hold that vendor accountable if it's an expected invoice each month.
It is, Ted, and I'm going to date myself here a second, is back in the day, back when AdCon, if those who remember AdCon in the fixed ops world were trainers, Chrysler and Ford made you go to a class. It was called the 7 controllables. And the 7 controllables were the 7 things on a financial statement that you're responsible for controlling. You can't control the RIN factor. You can't control the boat that the dealer principal has or the helicopter pad that he built. But there are things you can control. And certainly not taken away from what Steve said, but the first thing they taught you on the 7 controllables, the first lesson on both, AdCon taught the same class for both of them, was, we'll talk about uniform contracts, for example. They say it's the worst contract in the world because it's the most ironclad contract you can't get out of. They've thought of every program because you have to give them outs and they have time to correct it. And if they don't do it, blah, 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 whatever. Another problem is they talk you into 5 and 7 year contracts that have yearly uplifts, and then change fees and upfit fees and rip fees, and if the tech gains weight or lose weight, the cost of it. I will not. So the two worst words to me in the entire automotive industry is, first, guarantees with techs. Ted, we've talked about it until we're blue in the face, and contracts. I hate contracts. Any vendor I do business with, and a lot of them are partners with us on here, Ted, will tell you I'm Mr. Anti-Contract. I'll do Mr. Handshake. And if you do good business with me and do good business for me, there's no need to have a contract, because we're going to be on a handshake. Okay. I have a trainer that we all know, John Fairchild.
Yes.
Done business with John for 8 years. I've never signed a contract with John. It's a handshake, and never have we had a problem, because he does what I ask him to do. But to Steve's point, it's the little things that you don't see that come, and that, you go through this after you sign the contract, the sales rep disappears because he doesn't care. He got paid his commission, and you get turned over to implementation, and implementation turns over to your sustainment person. And all of a sudden the little things start coming in. Again, back to uniform contracts. You sign the contract for 3 rugs. Next thing you know, there's 16 or 17 rugs in the dealership that you're paying $12 a week for, that you could go to Sam's Club and buy for $24. It's constantly, and if you're not keeping track of it, or if you don't have the person keeping track of it, that expense grows over 3, 5, 7 years. And I'm not just picking on the uniform companies of the world, but they're one of the worst. Telecom, as now fiber comes in. It's funny when you do a buy sell, you find out all the phone numbers that are coming into a store that they had no idea they were paying for, by the way. Or, give me a list of all your phone numbers so we can have people call them, because that's one of the things we do. And they go to a lost voicemail that's been full for 6 years, but you've been paying for it. But listen, at the end of the day, not every vendor's on your side. They don't complain when they cash the check.
Steve, does this sound familiar?
Yeah. I'm not sure if I need to be on here. I just have a Shon do it. You can validate everything I'm saying. Oh yeah, 100%. Everything that Shon mentioned is like, he should be a spokesperson for our company.
Steve, I'm thinking about, all the examples that Shon just mentioned, and I'm sure a lot of dealers that are listening today, their head is starting to spin, because they're thinking about, oh my gosh, all of these pieces that I have not taken into consideration. I would love to get your perspective. Have you seen specific vendor costs rise without clear explanations? And if so, what examples could you give our audience today?
Yeah, I think we're going to unfortunately beat on the same industry. Yeah, I mean, the industrial laundry piece is where we see it. Of the 4 areas that we review, that's one where we constantly see price escalations and contract drift is what I like to call it. And I think, we're just looking at one where someone had signed up for, I'm not going to mention vendor names, but they signed up, the contract was effective January of this year. And then we started looking at doing an invoice audit, contract analysis in July. And then, basically the contract was stated so that no price increase for 12 months. And find out that in 6 months, the price increase has already started. And it was more than what the 12-month increase was going to be. So the customer is very perplexed. We were able to, unfortunately, we were able to go back and obtain a refund for them and set it straight, get the pricing rolled back to what it was supposed to be for that whole year. But yeah, so that's where we see it the most. And just like Shon said, it's there's these non-negotiated items too, which I think Shon is kind of alluding to there, where you sign up for three rugs, now you have 12, and they're upgraded rugs. They weren't even the original rugs that from the $1 rug to the $12 rug or $7 rug, whatever. It happens so frequently, and I hate to say that they're doing it intentionally, but they do it a lot and they don't change it.
Shon, I know from our peers, a lot of dealers, we use that term fixed cost. It's kind of accepted, and a lot of dealers don't look, and it's an anticipated invoice every month. And I mentioned earlier, especially if those locations are scattered about and there's not one person to be checking all these things.
Correct. And especially now that in the conglomerate that the mom and pop dealerships are going away, right, and you have power in buying, okay? There's power in numbers. When I came to the Kaiser Group, they had 4 different uniform companies at 7 locations, now 8 locations, That doesn't make any sense. You have power in the 8 locations. And Ted, I am not a micromanager. I'm the exact opposite of that. But my uniform company, my now one uniform, I'm picking on uniforms because it's something you got to have, but they're not allowed to add without authorization. It's not that I want to, by the way, I don't want to approve rugs, I promise you. But as soon as you put that stip on there, magically they stop increasing. I'm not, if you need a rug by the door because I don't want trip hazards or I don't want slip and falls because it does snow here, put a darn rug in there. I don't care. I don't need permission for that. I just don't need that many rugs. Okay. And I'm going to go on a little bit of a trail here. My question is, who has the authority to sign the contracts too? And I'm going to use your black background here for a second, Ted. There is a black hole of kickbacks out there. Okay. 31 years, I've never taken a kickback a day in my life. I never will. All right. But they're out there. And there's people that if they sign a contract, the money under the table money or the mailbox money or whatever cliche we've used throughout the years, they're out there. So you got to ask who's getting that and what's the motive to doing it? We can talk paper products and toiletries. And I know I'm getting weird there, but guys, you don't need to buy reams of paper. We say we're a paperless system. The last thing a dealership is paperless, by the way. Okay. And the reams of paper you go through, look, price Amazon, because the amazing thing is they deliver. It's on time. It's there. You can put it on subscription. It's even cheaper. You don't have to buy, even though you've had a long-term relationship, and I appreciate that, especially if they buy vehicles from you. But if it's twice as expensive, it has to make sense. Paper's paper. Heck, you're shredding half of it now anyway. That path just keeps going.
So, Steve, dealers hire you to come in, okay, and do a consultation. And tell us about that. These are some of the things that you look, and this is the low-hanging fruit, I think, that you find fairly frequently.
Yeah. I would like to mention something, add on to what Shon said. That situation where you have multiple locations,
yes.
I'm sure you consolidate into one vendor, and then you're supposed to have one master agreement, same pricing for all locations. We always find that's not the case. It's supposed to be. We see, location A, and it's not even close. Like A is getting a different price than B, C, yes. D. I mean, so we got to reel that back in. And the way we do this, we do a consultation. We'll do an invoice audit, line by line, go through it line by line, benchmark every line item on your invoice. And then, we're looking for refunds at first, and then we're looking to benchmark your rates to make sure you're paying the least amount possible. And then the last part, probably the most important part, is the monitoring, the ongoing monitoring. Well, we basically have engineered software. It took us 2 years to build, but we're able to go back to laundry. We can, receive those bills electronically or from the portal, from the vendor portal, and we can tell within, very short period of time where the contract is off, where the invoice is off from the contracted price. So the report automatically kicks out, okay, all these items need to be submitted for refund. So we do that. And then we're constantly checking. So it's not like anyone has to do any extra work. Our proprietary software is doing that for them. And then basically submitting the request to the vendor directly, or we send the information to our client and then they can send it to the vendor. But however the way they want to do it. But it's very seamless. It's very quick. And it's very important because, just like Shon said, it's, maybe it's, 3% increase here in every line item. And then we multiply that by 8 locations, 10, 20, 12 months, 3 years. It gets out of control fast. And we're talking thousands of dollars, not just, a few dollars. It's, 20 to, I'd say, we can go up to 50% sometimes on cost reduction.
Steve, this is really fascinating because I'm thinking about, in the situation that you just described, even if a dealership has multiple rooftops, oftentimes, different brands that they have might be different sizes. So they're not maybe paying attention to that invoice in that way because, again, they're different number of employees, different needs to operate those buildings. So how often do dealerships benchmark what they're paying versus, their peers of a similar size? And then, what are some of the best practices that you've been able to implement, with that comparison?
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm glad you said that. I forgot to mention it. So benchmarking, I don't know if it happens in most cases. So, well, here's this. They're benchmarking, but against themselves. They'll receive a quote from 3 different vendors, but that benchmarking is just really against their location, their locations, their business, and then the 3 vendors. And where we can come in, we have a massive benchmarking database. I think I mentioned before where, we know what someone in Syracuse, Wisconsin, San Diego, California, we know what they should be paying for these items. And then, so we kind of provide them, either we provide them with the data or we use the data to help them negotiate better. So we'll negotiate for them, or we can give them the data and insights to negotiate on their own behalf. So it's, and then going back to what Shon said, who's to sign for this? So in our contracts, we don't accept the vendor's contracts, and just like I'm sure Shon will agree with this, where we strike out things, add our own verbiage in there, and we also say you cannot make changes unless this ABC person approves it. It can't just be the counter person or the first person you see when you walk into the rooftop. So that's one of the things, is making sure that not everyone can sign, or only certain people can sign for additional items.
This is powerful information. Shon, your thoughts?
Well, I want to answer Sarah's question. I'll answer that if you don't mind as well. When and how do you monitor it? Now, again, I'm with a group that's heavy into NCM. We do 20 group meetings, okay? And everything has a percentage and everything, and the reason I like NADA, and when I went to the academy there, was as long as your percentages, I don't care the way they're so 1 car or 100 cars, as long as your percentages are in line, you're going to make money, okay? There is a percentage, there's an acceptable number of percentage down to the 10th that as long as it's in line, it makes sense. Now, that doesn't mean that they're looking at it as granularly as obviously Steve's company does, and they don't pull the contracts individually, but it's a good place to start. That if your controllable percentage is 2 or 3 points high, to Steve's point, guys, that's $1,000 a month. That's $12,000 a year times 10 stores. That's $120,000. That's an employee. That's a service writer, for goodness sake. I mean, that's how soon this adds up and how much it counts. So again, we do 20 groups as a whole twice a year, but we do it individually by the store every month. We're looking at percentages, and it's almost kind of like, and I know I'm getting in the weeds here again, I apologize. It's kind of like going through open ROs every Friday. If you do that, month end's not such a big deal because it's just another day on the calendar and it goes away quickly. So if you do it regularly, it's not that hard to control. And I know that's what Steve's company does, and kudos to him, because we don't do a good job. And if you don't have a purchasing agent or somebody designated to do it, that quite frankly, you could probably do an ROI on really quick to point Steve's company of, listen, okay, you're going to pay Steve's company X amount of money to do this. Well, that's an expense. It's not an expense if he's saving you twice the return.
Steve, how do you, and by the way, I was going to ask, how do you work? Do you work on how is your fee structured? How's that structured?
Yeah, it's a performance basis. So yeah, they don't even, no one pays us unless we find them something, unless they realize, refunds and or savings going forward.
Wow. Okay. Steve, a lot of dealers right now in mid-November are making their plans for 2026 and looking forward as to budgets, what they're going to spend, what they're going to make, how they're going to increase those revenues, how they're going to save some money. Steve, how does our audience get their questions answered? I'm sure they would start off typically by asking you some things about their organization. How do dealers reach you, and how do they get started?
Yeah, they can reach out to me, on the scrolling on the bottom of the screen here, the phone number. You can call, text, email me. I'm on LinkedIn, pretty heavy on LinkedIn. And also, just real quick, we just created this profit calculator. It takes 60 seconds. They type in their expenses, and it'll give them a range, low to high. Again, we have to get into the weeds to find out exactly what it is for them, customize it. But it'll give them an idea of what what they can expect. And we have a QR code. I can share that with you. I have a link to the website page. And then I'd say within 60 seconds, as long as they know some information, the annual spend in these certain areas, they can find out what's possible. And then we'll have to do a deep dive to actually figure out what it actually is for them. It could be higher, it could be lower. And I always say there's a chance it could be zero, but it's over 90% of the time it will not be zero. And it's going to be, like Shon said, it's going to be enough for one employee or one. And I'm glad Shon mentioned that, because a lot of times it's just not dollars. It's like, what are you going to do with those dollars, those extra dollars? What can you do with them? That's very important. So I'm glad Shon mentioned that.
For our audience watching, we have a QR code on the screen. If you're watching this live right now, check your email. We just sent you an email with a link to that ROI calculator. where you can go ahead right now and fill it in and put your own information in there, and that will hook you up with Integrity Cost Consulting and Steve Thompson, and look at your own numbers and see where you stand. Steve, what a great service for our industry. And I know with the holiday coming up next week, we want to thank you and the team there at Integrity Cost Consulting, and wish you a very happy Thanksgiving next week and your family as well.
Yeah, thank you. Very blessed to be here. Thank you, and happy Thanksgiving to all of you as well.
Shon, you're both up in the snow country. It could snow at any time up in Western New York or in Wisconsin. So
maybe, hopefully, hey, there's nothing better than Lambeau Field with some snow. That's all.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Everybody, Steve Thompson, the man to speak to, Integrity Cost Consulting, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Conquer the Concrete Jungle with the Technician Development Panel, filmed live at our New York City pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Ed Roberts here with Gene Ings. And Gene, look at the panel that we have here today.
Oh my goodness, you got a lot of heavy hitters up here, Ed.
Absolutely. We're here to talk to you about tech development. And if that is not sentimental to your heart, it should be. You might want to give yourself a gut check if it's not. You want to kick us off, Gene?
I would love to. Tully, I'm going to start with you. How are we redefining the technician career path to make it more appealing and more sustainable long term?
Great question. I think it starts where you develop your own technicians, right? You're starting with porters. You're starting with people that are coming out of high school, junior colleges, and UTI kind of programs, right? You're getting those people in there, getting them excited about producing those hours. But here's the best part, is we're putting their pay plan in writing. When we come in, the pathway to 55 is in writing. They never have to ask for a pay raise as long as they perform all these great duties. And that is all based around training. And it starts where we bring them in and we have them set up as a shop assistant where there is no commitment. They're working with a mentor. Let's find out if they can fix a car. Can they put a wheel on the car right? Right? We want to know that before we commit to the hourly technician and ultimately over to the flat rate technician all the way to a foreman. But the goal is to have the path in writing when they start so they can go home and be excited about it. That's the whole issue. Make these guys rich and tired.
So Marco said earlier that there is not a shortage of technicians.
Correct.
Now, I know most of our audience would disagree with that, but I would agree with Marco and say there's not a shortage of technicians. There's a shortage of developmental programs for our technicians, yes, to bring them up to where they feel like they have a career in the automotive industry. Tom, what do you do at West Harry to overcome that obstacle?
Well, I think one of the things first, like our industry can be so backwards if you think about it, right? The more you train, the better you get at your job, the more you learn, the more difficult work you get, the harder it actually becomes to make money, right? You've got to do more and more of that harder work to make the same amount of money. And often the rate raises don't overcome the loss in hours, right? So for us, one of the biggest things is making sure that our technicians know that that's not the case, right? We have multiple different ways for them to earn money. We have different pay plans for senior master level. We have different pay plans for shop foremans, team leader. You know, we have those pay plans so that they understand that we're not just going to work you to death and then throw you away when you get to a point where physically you can't do it anymore. I think it's very important for them to understand that there's that out.
Amen, brother.
Absolutely. Marco, you want to touch on that?
I wholeheartedly agree with that. Mainly on the physical part. People don't hold in mind really enough is that after doing this for 30 plus years, I'm hurting. I cannot keep this up in the rate that I used to. So just by physical demand, my pay is doing this. So where in the industry is the gratitude towards me to gaining all this experience over 30 years and being able to transfer the knowledge to the new guys coming in? How are the new guys going to look at the industry when you have the top dogs like myself and like Curtis, who is also in the audience today? The top dogs in the shop are being treated like second-rank citizens and being discarded like, oh, they're done, they're done. How are we going to keep these people interested in the industry? The way we do that is by culture. I have said this enough, and I will say it again until you're sick and tired of it. It's all about culture to keep technicians in the shop, to retain new technicians, and to have the technicians in the shop right now willing to transfer the knowledge to the young ones. Because why would I hand you stuff for free that I work for a long, hard time?
So Maureen, you get to see this from the outside approach and partner with stores, and what do you see?
Well, I got to tell you, we have many wonderful partners here today, and you know, I think one of the things that have really kind of stuck out is you really have to have the roadmap, and the roadmap starts very young. And as Tully and Mark, you guys have said, is you've got to really bring them in and give them a pathway, and we do that with a lot of different ways. I know we contribute from the standpoint of providing data that helps a technician to understand, you know, what are some of the greatest challenges we have, and sometimes it's opcode usage, right? So to understand that we're doing the right thing, you got to be able to look at those repair orders, and you have to be able to help them to understand that they're having an impact on their own paycheck, but they also do on the dealership. And that really starts to build, you call culture. I always start with behavior. Behavior drives culture. So you want that behavior of teamwork. And you want the technician and the service advisors to see they're on the same team. We're successful when we do it together. So when we can use analytics to help show them when they're being successful. And then we have to really look at capacity and forecasting. We have to say to them, you know, you're going to go to training. You're going to have OEM training, ASE training, all of the things that all of you invest in. And so we've got to know when that's going to happen so that we're able to really make that gross profit in those months, because the entire dealership relies on fixed operations to drive the numbers.
Absolutely.
Amen.
John, we'll go to you on this one, then we'll go down the line and let you guys give some input on it. But has mentorship or apprenticeship helped the success of your operations there at All-American?
Absolutely. So mentorship. So on the new hires, whether it's a UTI graduate, trade school, or just somebody that's coming into the business, we mentorship program with a senior level technician for at least 6 months, so they get the feel how the system works, how the parts department works, how the shop equipment works, and we kind of test their ability, where their heads are, where their hands are at, if they're learning, they're retaining, and we also set them up with web-based training and then into classroom training for OEM. It's a career path, and then after the 6 months, we kind of evaluate, are they ready to go on their own and start in the quick lane, or maybe on a mobile service truck, or things like that. And as the years go on, the experience becomes in play. The training never ever ends. It always continues. There's always new product, EVs, new technology. As Marco touched on before, how much complex these cars are today, from the European models down to basic, some of the American-made cars, but they're still very, very complex and always need training. So the mentorship, again, 6 months from there, reevaluate, and then we branch off on their own if they are checking the boxes.
Okay. Adam, what do you guys do you're at a group of stores, and obviously that creates an even bigger challenge for all of those different franchises. What do you guys do from a mentorship or apprenticeship standpoint?
Well, very similar to what everyone else is talking about. We have a real dedicated approach to taking that young technician, giving them a printed training plan for their online training, their classroom training, raises and or one-time bonuses so that they can see there's more money that they can earn as they go along, right? And then we were working similar also to have them assigned to a mentor in the shop, but we're currently in the process right now actually of transitioning to something that we're getting ready to roll out, which is instead of just having a mentor in the shop, putting them right next to an A-Tech, a Master Tech, in a bay next to them, assigning them to that Master Tech and putting in front of that Master Tech bonus money if they can get that young tech flat rate by X amount of months. So 5 months you earn this, 6 months they're in the shop, you earn this, 7 months their flat rate, they're gonna earn this, but within 60 days, they have to be assessed as to whether they have the drive, motivation, passion, and intensity that they can and will and want to succeed, so we know if it makes sense to continue to invest.
I'm glad you brought up flat rate, and we're going to cycle back to that on our lightning round before we get there. Rob, if you can touch on that from a vendor standpoint as well, a partnership standpoint, and then Joe, this is right up your alley to drive it home there.
Yeah, from a BG perspective, so, training is critical, and we had 800 plus reps in the field and throughout North America, so we have a pretty good footprint. So we're in dealerships literally every week, training both on product, sales, process, everything, not just for technicians, but for advisors and management as well. But I think that's the critical piece. We have a thing called BG certified that every tech, every parts, and every advisor has to go through to help get them there. And then I think the other thing is that, I look at the physical elements of a shop, I was in one in Florida this past week, no air conditioning. I mean, my God, what are we doing, And it's gonna be 95 in Sarasota, and they've got fans going, but that's it, Then the other thing too I look at is, how do we make it a desirable environment to work in, right? So air conditioning, obviously. If you ever been to a Roger Penske store, right, you can eat off the ground in the service shop. And when you go into the tech bathroom areas, spotless, right? You got to kind of take pride in what you do, right? And where you work and what you have. And I think from a dealership perspective, to Marco's point, we got to treat these people like professionals, like who they really are. They drive the most profit in the dealership by far, right? Because they're the ones that are doing the labor services. We're not talking just parts, we're talking labor and parts. So
they are a service inventory for sure.
100%.
Joe, I want you to talk about it from the apprenticeship standpoint as well, but then also take it back to how can we retain those younger guys?
Sure, and so this is always an interesting topic for me. We talk about it comes up on the Tech Vendor panel a lot. We built a 28-year company on filling 911, I need a Chrysler Level 3 technician today needs, right? So this is the other end of that. Well, the problem with Chrysler Level 3 technicians is that they tend to come with Chrysler Level 3 technician attitudes. So when you go to the other end of the spectrum, and we talk about culture a lot on the Tech Vendor panel as well, and you could hire for a personality, an aptitude, show them the career path, put them at the start and pair them up with your veterans, show them, hey, this is how it's supposed to be done. Now you can truly build your culture. So yeah, there's always going to be the need for the 911 emergency hire, but when you have that career path and your setup is structured so that those younger guys want to be there and they want to spend 20, 30 years with you, then you can start hiring the people that you want instead of just hiring a resume.
So, Jan, we're getting a lot of valuable information here.
Absolutely. And as someone that's new to the industry, it's really interesting to hear. We talked about roadmaps, we talked about mentorships, and I've been loving to hear what everyone has to say about how we're retaining these younger techs. And I would love to hear a little bit more how we keep them engaged with a sense of purpose and progression as well.
Jim, coming to me first? All right, so I think, and again, it's all that you've talked about it a lot, and it's making them feel important. Tully, I believe it's your story. You guys, you put the banners up. You show these are our stars. These are our guys. They're driving profitability. They're an important part of the team. You can talk about money, and obviously the career path's important, and here's where we want you in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years.
but just feeling like you matter, just feeling like this is important. I'm not a grease monkey. I'm here. I'm a part of this team, and I'm important. I think is going to mean a lot to younger people.
Jim, touch on that as well, if you would.
Sure, it's the same thing. Again, workplace culture plays a huge, huge role in this. So that could make or break any employee. But if it's toxic environment, you're going to fail. If it's a good environment, supportive management team, leadership team is right there in check, and they value the technician's time, the knowledge, the money that they personally spend on their tools. Okay, there's a huge, huge ongoing commitment for the entire career, as Marco could kind of speak to that. And you pay them properly. You have to make sure you pay them properly with the market, if not better than the market. If you want to retain these technicians and you want to continue their education and their growth, and you want them to be long-term players, which is what the goal is what we do, is you want long-term players, you have to treat them with respect. You have to include them in shop discussions, in shop equipment purchasing, make sure that your shop is clean, as you touched on, but it's with Roger Penske stores, and there's a lot of the stores that are just immaculate stores. The equipment is in working order, it's new, it's modernized, technology available for them to operate, laptops in their bays, things like that. It just makes a big, big difference. So long-term commitment is paying them properly, work culture, leadership, continuing their education and training, and that's going to be the answer to retaining those technicians.
Thank you. And Marco, I'm going to come back to you because ultimately we're talking about it to bring people in and give them opportunities, but you've lived in that world and you've apprenticed those guys and you brought them up from entry level to replacing you. So tell us some opportunities there.
The best thing you can do is not everybody's a people person. Let's start with that. Some of us are in the shop because we deal better with inanimate objects like cars other than dealing with people. So you have to hold it. It's almost like you're playing matchmaker. You have to play someone that comes into the industry with someone that still, after all these years, is excited about it. You're going to create that by having a great culture in the shop, by having guys being properly paid, etc. Because we talked about ROI. Well, if you pay me $60 an hour, but your door rate is $300 an hour, that's one heck of an ROI. Variable ops can do that. We can do that every dang hour of the day continuously. So invest in us. So take this young guy, put him with someone like me. Smile on my face, wise ass remarks every here and there, but I do what I do. I still love what I'm doing. It's just I feel that it's time for me to, if I would still want to be able to stand up when I'm retired, I need to start doing other things. So place them with people that still have the passion for it, that still like to do it, and that will transform into the passion for them. 100%.
Maureen, do you see some best practices out there with some of your vendor partners that you work with? And
Yeah, we do. I actually like to talk a little bit about Northwood. Last year, a number of us went to the fuel camp, and we learned so much from the young people around the table that we had the privilege to facilitate. And it's really about not only them, but getting their parents. We had triplets just graduated from college, so I'm a mama that is all about where is your future going to be. And it was really the young people at the table that said, we have a phenomenal industry, but we don't know about it. A lot of the programs are being cut in the schools and the community colleges. So we're going to have to figure out a way to utilize all the things we've talked about today to get the message out that the automotive industry is a phenomenal industry to work in. You make a very good amount of money, and we do have the growth plans, and we have all of the things we've been talking about. But they're young people with AI, so we've got to really show them how we're going to really integrate all of that into what we're doing.
100%. Absolutely. And
so I'm going to create a lightning round here. I'm going to start with you, Joe. Has flat rates served its time? So I'm going to put this in a standpoint, 5 years from now.
Take an easy one.
Has flat rates served its time? And if so, what is the pay structure that we should be chasing?
So this is tough. And again, we talked about this on the panel, and I think we're missing a third party here, right? There's no OEM here, right? So I think it's got to start with them because they've kind of set that in motion. I think being flexible is the most important thing. I talked to a lot of clients, and hey, what's it going to take? I need this level of tech. I need this. I said, honestly, you can't reinvent the wheel. I know you can't lose your three best guys because you're bringing in one guy that's going to make more than them. Be flexible, be open to doing a combination of a base plus production. Just be open-minded, I think is the most important thing.
Rob, 20 seconds or less.
Yeah, same concept. I mean, sales has spiffs, commissions, right? And I think spiffs should play a huge role in this. I think trips, quite frankly, give your number one tech a trip at the end of the year, right? So you have something to look for.
After.
Then and then Penske Automotive Group, I'll use them again. They do a technician, I call it playoff, where they take the top 18 techs throughout their organization and they go to NASCAR or they go to the Indy 500 and they all take the same test and the number one guy wins it, right? And he's awarded a trip after that again.
That's competition. Love it.
Yeah, competition. Yeah.
We are definitely taking a look at how to reward our technicians and show them proper appreciation. And recently we identified the technician in our group of 13 brands on one street that made the best multi-point inspection video after looking at hundreds of them. And we sent him with a guest to a New York Knicks game at a suite to say thank you. But I think even more importantly, we went up to the dealership in the middle of the day and walked over to congratulate, thank, acknowledge, and show appropriate appreciation.
That's good.
Yeah.
Continue to pay for experience. First and foremost, you have to pay how much talent is in that individual. The years experience, the work, the quality, monitoring comebacks, workmanship issues, things like that need to be monitored. Flat rate is in a general, could be classified as broken. There's no doubt about it. It needs to be revised, but never take your eye off the ball and continue to pay your staff properly.
Maureen.
Building on, Penske and Hendrick are also partners of ours, and I always take away that it's about the experience that they create, not necessarily the money. It's about doing something super special with the team. I will say one thing that from Del Grand Dealer Group, they're partners of Dynatron, is they really have made a focus of not waiting to do an annual increase, but to do it at benchmarks along the way, so that everyone sees that they can make a progress as they're going along. And we're really starting to look at that even as our own company about, it's not an annual, it's like, what's our goals? You do a planning, you hit it, you get rewarded, you move on. And we do that with our dealers every day is, once you hit the goal, you got to move the goal. You don't want to keep the goal there, right? So I think that are some of the things we've seen that really worked.
Mr. Hours.
So I'm all about flat rate. I'm all about the American dream. I don't think the American dream needs to stop at 8 hours. When we look at last month, our technicians produced 152% of their efficiency. The average technician did 13.5 hours. 166 of these great technicians did. And that's because we're solely focused on selling the hour. When you're not solely focused on the hour, how many minutes of the day are they at the back counter? How many minutes of the day are they in there looking for a car keys? How many minutes of the day do they have to walk up to the service writer with his Burger King hat on to wait for him? These things take away hours. And when you're solely focused on the hours, our technicians shine. They're so awesome to go. I'm not forcing anybody to overwork. But our goal is that when you have the success in your shop and the culture to sell hours, solely focused, parts back counter people are huge hour killers. Pay them on the hours forecast. Are they involved in making sure that the technician is producing those hours? Because that's what we do. I'm all in on flat rate.
Bring it all in the circle. Tom.
My 20-second pitch. I'm with Tully. I still believe there is a place for flat rate, but it comes down to the leaders that are there, right? What's behind flat rate is technicians should win, in my estimation. A technician should win on flat rate always. You should be able to work 40, get paid 50, 60, right? When it gets to a point where the work has changed and that technician is no longer able to do it, as leaders and as we look in shop, you have to be able to change and grow with those technicians and watch those pay plans.
Marco?
Well, since you're talking about my paycheck, I have a thing or two to say. First of
Ready to
all,
hire you.
I disagree with Joe. At the end of the week, when I get my paycheck, it comes out of the bank account of my dealership, not of the OEM. It is up to the dealership to, I think, they should come up with a hybrid plan. They should look at each and every individual making that play, because not everybody likes to work on flat rate. Not everybody likes to help a carrot. Like, oh, if you make 80 hours, we're going to give you this. We're human beings. What if I'm not feeling well this week? So you're giving me loose promises, absolutely nothing, but yet you still want me to kill you so you can make your numbers and get your bonus. So it should be a hybrid, and it should be individually. And yes, we can do that. We can pay people differently based on their experience, based on their capabilities. And you can use it to grow them, but you can also use it to retain them if you keep them properly paid.
Yes. And then, so from my standpoint, pay plans should dictate the reward of what they bring to us. Yes. And we have to go back and ask ourselves the question, is flat rate still delivering the reward that we need it to do? I believe that it can. I believe that we have to manage it properly for it to happen, but ultimately we have to dive back into it and make sure that it's doing what we ask it, what we want it to do. From Uber headquarters, Gene, you want to bring us home?
All right, what a thoughtful discussion we've had here. We are here at the Uber headquarters at World Trade Center. We are the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and we'll be right back.
Every day, repair orders hold the key to profitability, but are they unlocking their full potential? Disconnected data, missed opportunities, a blind spot in performance optimization. Introducing Repair Order Insights, Dynatron's game-changing technology that transforms raw repair order data into actionable intelligence. No more guesswork, no more gaps, just data-driven decisions that put you miles ahead. From service managers to dealer principals, ROI arms every decision maker with the power to drive more profit, make faster decisions, and have total visibility.
It takes everything Dynatron's been giving us to make us smarter and does it faster and does it better. So, I think what excites me about ROI is that it's going to help us optimize more effectively our parts and labor pricing and give us viewership of what is fundamentally bringing down our effective labor rates in real time so that we can activate immediately.
Time is precious. And the last thing I want is my service manager sitting in their office, pulling reports, dissecting numbers, when all that can be done for them and on one platform. So I know every dollar, every penny, every tenth of an hour is very valuable on the fixed operation side. And certainly with what's going on in our world and country and pricing and inflations and stuff, it's more important that we capitalize on everything. And the only way that I know to do that is to have the Dynatron partners at our fingertips and have the data. That's the only way.
And now it's your turn. Are you ready to bring the future of repair order insights to dealerships everywhere? Let's go. Let's make an impact.
Welcome to the high-stakes world of the intern. Only the most dedicated, hard-working, and eager student will stand out above the rest and earn exclusive opportunities, recognition, and rewards from the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
It's time to turn the tables. This time, it's more than just an internship. It's a competition. We're hosting an entire reality show.
10 interns will enter the boardroom. Only one will win it all. Who will drive their career to the top?
We'll see you in the boardroom.
Wave the checkered flag! The Fixed Ops Roundtable is back on the fast lane for one last push to the finish line.
Take out your screwdriver. We're using consistent diagnostic tools and data with Cole from Blue Driver.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Cole Reiken is with us from Blue Driver. A lot happening in the industry on tools that are helping the dealerships throughout the sales and service process. Cole, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. Great to be back.
Great to have you. So much happening in fixed ops. This has got to be the most exciting time I can ever remember in the industry with all the technological advances and some of the things that you and I will be talking about today.
Yeah, there's so much happening, and but happening both, at the front of the house and the back of the house, if you will. There's so much technology and that's being pushed into the industry right now at all levels. It's really an exciting time to be here.
I think none more important than what you have with Blue Driver. It affects both the front and the back of the house, as you said. So, Cole, I want to ask you, what trends are you seeing out in the dealership world for dealerships that don't have reliable diagnostic tools like Blue Driver when buying at an auction or even looking at trade-ins on a daily basis?
Yeah, the trend that I see a lot of still is the manual self-inspection process without a data-driven, diagnostic device of all sorts out there. But what we see is a lot of people just fall back to what they know or what they've been doing, and not really adjusting that process very much. The manual inspections, we talked about this a little bit last time when we were together. But if you start the trade-in process using tools that give you insights and data into the real condition of that vehicle, unlike the manual inspections where you listen to the car, you smell the car, maybe you take it around the block. I really encourage you to take it around the block as best practice.
Yes.
But you really don't always get a true insights of what's happening with that car. So the trend really is that ongoing, if you're not using an OBD2 device to scan vehicles, then you end up overpaying for that car 9 times out of 10 at that point of trade-in. You really don't have a great understanding of what's happening there. And, it comes a little bit back to how we, the process or the rhythm that we have when we go to appraise a vehicle. I always encourage people to start that process with a scanning device. Plug it in, let the scan go, perform your exterior walk around of the car, get the visual inspection done. You come back and you have your diagnostic report with that scan, and you understand what's happening there. Our dealers, and we talked a little bit about this last time, what we said through the survey work we did back in April, we saw a lot of dealers that going through that manual process have a lot of surprise impact to their bottom line for uncaught mechanical issues. It's anywhere between $4,000 and $12,000 per month that is literally just hitting the bottom line because we're not catching those mechanical issues at the trade-in process. And that carries on into the advantages of scanning, where you can actually start the reconditioning process sooner and actually save you time with the reconditioning process. So not only are you preventing costly mistakes hitting the bottom line in the tune of $4,000 to $12,000, you're buying the car for the right money. If you know there's $1,000 of mechanical issues with it, you can take that off the book value of that vehicle. And by passing all that scanning data into, the back end tool in the reconditioning process, you can accelerate that. And, the combination of using a reconditioning software like a Repair 360 or something along those lines, where you can knock off 3 to 5 days in that reconditioning process, all adds dollars to the bottom line. These are all steps that, if you start at the trade-in process, have a domino effect of profitability on the front end at the used car operations, but also in the back end in the reconditioning process of that as well. And the trend is when we don't incorporate the scanning, we don't incorporate that data into the overall process, it trickles down from that trade-in process to the back of the the reconditioning process, which we see as long as 14 days, and that's very costly.
And Cole, it's not hard to do, especially when provided with the tools. Cole, how does the lack of consistent diagnostic data affect the dealership's ability to accurately value vehicles? I think there's been an awakening in that service drive is such a gold mine, with vehicles consistently coming in and out. And what's the downstream impact on profitability?
Yeah, it's a great question. I kind of alluded to some of it in my opening statement there, but if you don't have that rhythm of and proper practice of of how you go about scanning, appraising a vehicle each and every time, and making sure you have a diagnostic scan happening at that point, and then passing that data into the back end where you get into the reconditioning process, and knowing what parts you're going to need and knowing what work is going to happen. You really are giving the repair team, the reconditioning team, a head start for that process. There's no waiting for parts. There's no waiting to book your third-party technicians. All that can happen up front to accelerate that whole process. That has that entire domino effect of the benefit of the value of the bottom line up front, and as I mentioned, the impact of the profitability increases you find through the reconditioning process. And it's not only the profitability, it's also the workflow part of it as well that helps, the rhythm and coordination. You don't have a third-party tech showing up and saying, hey, I'm here for whatever car, and nobody knows, where the keys are for it, or they weren't expecting you. By using, the proper reconditioning software, it can help you coordinate that entire, process, which is really what it should be, instead of a little bit of the mayhem and free-for-all that tends to happen, when you get, tech showing up unexpectedly. So.
Historically, in the past, we didn't have these tools, as and a lot of times, used car managers, if you will, we went with our gut, right, in terms of what we thought the vehicle was going to be worth. But today, what operational problems tend to surface when dealerships rely solely on, let's say, that visual inspection without using these tools, without using the basic tools, instead of, as you said, data-driven diagnostics?
Yeah, I think there are a couple things that happen there. I think first, right away you have the impact in the reconditioning process, where we see, unexpected mechanical issues pop up if you aren't using a tool. So then you have the additional time and additional expense of having to account for those. Oh, like we just sold a car, we got a car in, we bought a car off somebody, and there's now an additional $4,000, $6,000 for a transmission we weren't aware of, or a couple $1,000s for an ABS issue that was gone uncaught. So in addition to the time that we have of the slower process to get those vehicles reconditioned, it's that the domino effect is it's slower to get that back to the front line, and then it's more costly for you, both in a repair perspective as well as a holding time of like how long that car you're going to hang on to before you're getting it back to that front line. So I think that's the kind of the first one. And the second one, this is a little bit of impact on the resale of that vehicle, having a potential downstream impact of your F&I office, of taking a vehicle that may not have been, thoroughly reconditioned down the road. You might end up with other impacts to selling warranties and other issues with that vehicle, and trying to get an extended warranty placed on that used vehicle down the road. So it's not a direct line there, but you definitely have some risk and some additional overhead to be thinking about, in addition to that slower turn time, getting that car through the reconditioning process, dealing with that uncaught mechanical issue or that surprise repair you need to make, both from a time perspective as well as from a financial perspective of actually repairing that car.
And let's go to that financial perspective for a moment, just as a follow-up. If you look at the last couple of years in the retail automotive business, in all business, there's been a lot of inflation, but a lot of costs have increased. Technicians, hours, the hourly rate we charge, customer pay, warranty, parts have gone up. There's been significant increases. So this time to line, if you will, that we're talking about, is even more important because it's multiplied now exponentially by all these increased costs that we maybe didn't have 5 years ago, but today that's entered into the equation. So now, there's a lot more focus on having the right tools and doing this right from the start.
We used to say, rule of thumb is roughly $100 a day, and this is going back a couple of years ago, of holding that car, in the time it takes from the point you take it in on trade to the point you get it to the front line, ready again. And, we can just use that as a nice round number, makes math easy. But if you think about the number of trade-ins a dealership might be taking in an average week, and if you're thinking, the industry stat says the average recon turnaround time can be as much as 14 days. So if you think, and that's per car. So if you think you might have 4 or 5 cars, in that reconditioning process, waiting to get the recon performed, the repairs done, and ready to go back to the front line, you're looking and holding, we'll just use that because it's nice round numbers, $400 or $500 a day, just in what you're paying to the bottom line, just to get that car back out to the front line. So if you can cut off, 3 or 5 days in that process, that's just right to your bottom line. And what we're talking about is improving small improvements in the overall work stream, starting by scanning a vehicle up front and adding some software like a reconditioning a repair 360 to help manage that recon process the whole way through.
And Cole, I've seen some studies, I know you have as well, that the amount of time that a vehicle spends in inventory, I believe it's the first 15 days of that vehicle being on the lot when the dealership can command the most gross profit for that vehicle. And then once you get out, in the next couple of weeks and then beyond 30 days, the gross profit on the sale of that vehicle diminishes rapidly, quickly. So the earlier, the better to get these vehicles ready.
Yeah, the faster you can turn it around, the more likelihood you're going to make a higher gross profit on that vehicle. And the whole profitability machine really starts kicking in then.
All right, so let's go back to the diagnostic tool. Let's go back to the Blue Driver, which we need to get in the hands of as many of the right people as possible. From your perspective, Cole, the absence of a comprehensive diagnostic tool like this, how does that affect relationships with customers? Customers know about these tools, by the way. Obviously, it's available to them as well, and particularly around trust and transparency, which I think it's never been more important than it is today.
Let's take the second part of your question first. The trust and transparency part. We hear from our customers all the time that it is frequent feedback they get in separating themselves from other dealerships that are still doing manual inspections of the vehicle, like we talked about off the top. Customers are coming in, they see the thoroughness of the trade-in process they're going through. They tend to ask a lot of questions about it, but that conversation is like, we want to understand the condition of your vehicle so we know how to give you the most and money for it, to give you the right number on that vehicle. And they can take that number and they can give them a diagnostic report at the end of it. And the benefit of that is in parallel is that you're being transparent in the trade-in process to the customer, and that gives you the backup, the justification of why you're providing the vehicle. Here's book value. Why is my vehicle not worth book value or more? Or why is my vehicle not worth market value? While we've done a scan, we see a few issues with the vehicle. I can't offer you that because it's not the same. I'm going to have to recondition that. I need to take off whatever it is, $1,000 off that price. And giving that transparency through the process builds confidence that, hey, this dealer knows what they're talking about. Also shows the customer that they understand and you're trustworthy and that you're looking for what you're actually buying, but also can give that information and provide that justification back to that customer. So it works both ways. The transparency leads to having better conversations and having more insightful conversations with that potential customer, and really goes a long way to earn the trust and helps build that relationship that you're having with that prospect that you're having that conversation with. We get that feedback all the time, and it is one of the kind of unique value propositions that Blue Drivers has with that customizable diagnostic report that we offer back that can be printed or emailed and sent to a customer, so they see what you see at that point. You're not hiding anything. It really helps to build that trust and have that conversation with the customer.
A few weeks ago, back in October, I saw in the news that the average new car price in North America is now well over $50,000 average for a call. That's hard to believe, $50,000. Okay, but that has a trickle down effect. All right, on all these things, as we mentioned, value of trades, value of the importance, by the way, of doing an appraisal as often as possible. Okay.
That
some of your thoughts,
doing that same routine or same process each and every time, and you ingrain that into how you do it, regardless of who's doing that inspection, can build that trust along the same way with the same tools.
Well, the new vehicle today has a tighter margin, okay? And the industry is shifting toward that as well, okay? We see that. And we're also shifting to a faster turn. Everything's speeding up, Cole. Everything's going faster than it was a couple years ago. It's true. What
Yeah.
role do you see advanced diagnostic tools like Blue Driver are going to be playing in giving dealers a competitive edge versus the dealer down the street who's not using anything like this at all?
Yeah, I think let's go back right to the top. What I said off top, but if you're scanning at the beginning of that trade-in process, you're going to find more profitability. You're going to build more trust with that customer. You're going to have a smoother transaction up front as that carries through to the reconditioning process, and you're going to find efficiencies there, especially when you pair that data that comes out of an OBD2 device such as Blue Driver into a diagnostic software system, a repair tool like a Repair 360. And in addition to that, something we hadn't touched on before, but the data that the OB2 is giving out is the incorporation with appraisal systems that are out there. There's softwares we work directly with that gives the appraisal data and the reconditioning data right in to help you put that price on that vehicle. So one shot, you scan, you do the visual inspection, all that data is moving on your behalf into the tools that the dealership uses on a day-to-day basis. So be it a reconditioning system into the appraisal system. And then, again, we're going back to the bottom line we were talking about with, the speed back to lot. And if we can knock 3 to 5 days off of that reconditioning time, at the example I used at $100 a day minimum, you probably have and you probably have 3 or 4 cars, maybe 5 going through it at the same time. You add up that, that's $300 to $500 a day you're paying just to get those cars reconditioned back to lot. That's not actually doing the reconditioning work and the cost associated with that. That's just your holding and your cost to get it going again. So it all goes back to the bottom line at the end of the day. If you start with a tool that gives you that transparency and it gives the system that you use every day the data and insights to what that vehicle is, then it speeds everything up downstream for you and it just goes right to your bottom line.
And Cole, I don't think anybody in our industry can deny the use of a tool like Blue Driver. I mean, we're way beyond, years beyond proof of concept, right? These have been out for quite a while now, and you've perfected it on the Blue Driver side.
We have, thank you very much. This goes to the thousands of dealers that are already our customers are actually scanning in during the wholesale process, or our auction customers that use Blue Driver right into their condition reports. All the way through the industry, the data is there powering condition reports and trade-in information, and we're doing it at scale across the industry right now. So if my suggestion, dealers should be adopting this type of technology. It does prove out in the bottom line of preventing costs, uncaught costs. It helps you become more profitable on each transaction. And at the end of the day, that data can be used in other parts of your business, like reconditioning, to save you the time and get that vehicle out to the front line and generate more profit off of that future sale.
And Cole, some dealerships only empower a few individuals to have the Blue Driver, but really the more qualified people you have that in the hands of, the more efficient you're going to become. And overall, you're going to reduce that time to line. So it would make sense to start earlier as often as possible with Blue Driver.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Ted. You're right on.
All right. So for the audience, Cole, who may not be using an advanced diagnostic tool like this yet, Cole, at Blue Driver, I know you're very active on social media. I see your videos all the time. Okay, we were talking about that in the green room. How do people reach out to you? I know there's an email scrolling across the bottom. What's the best way to get involved?
Thank you. Yeah, it's cole.reiken@repairify.com is the easiest way to get hold of me there. Or for our dealership audience, bluedrivermax.com is our URL to get to.
All right. Cole, thank you so much. And appreciate all you do to advance our industry forward. And
thanks, Ted.
Great information. And, here in the States, we're celebrating Thanksgiving next week. So I want to wish everybody in the Blue Driver family, all your employees and dealers and everybody a very happy Thanksgiving next week.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Take care.
All right, everybody. Cole Reiken, everybody. He's the managing director at Blue Driver. You can visit them on the web. Very active on social media. Cole Reiken, everybody, with Blue Driver, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
98% of customer experience is how well or how poorly you communicate. Well, how come my software partners spend 98% of their development on workflows? What if they spent 100% of their time on workflows and we spent 100% of our time on communication? Then we'd be able to truly create transformative experiences for customers, and that's what True Video does.
Grab your sunglasses. Our next speakers are looking bright. It's Chad Anderson and Dave Perry with Blink AI.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Blink AI is with us. Dave Perry is the CEO. And I want to also welcome not just Dave, but someone new to the roundtable, Chad Anderson, who's the Vice President of Business Development at H&H Automotive, a group known for operational discipline, strong customer experience, 95 years in business, 95 years strong. Chad and Dave, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks, Ted. It's great to be here, and welcome, Chad. Glad you joined us.
And Chad, give us the lay of the land. Where are you located? And tell us a little bit about that, because you sell an awful lot of vehicles where you are.
Yeah, we've got 4 retail locations in the Omaha, Nebraska metro area. We've got one campus on the southwest end of town where we have a Kia store, a Chevy store, and a CDJR store. And then we have a campus on the northwest end of town that hosts our luxury brands. We have BMW Mini and Jaguar Land Rover there. 2024, we sold just shy of 11,000 cars and been taking care of folks for 95 years.
What a great market. And again, welcome to the roundtable. Dave, for the audience who may not yet know, tell us a little bit about Blink AI. In particular, what problem or problems does Blink AI help dealerships solve?
Sure. Well, there's a couple of things that I would like to focus on, Ted. But we're an AI, focused customer engagement platform. We focus specifically on what I would call actionable engagement. So, from our experience working with our dealerships, there's lots of mediums, if you will, phone calls, web traffic, Google searches, outbound, campaigns that can be driven, all with the intention, particularly on the fixed ops side, of driving business into the dealership, getting people booked for service appointments and making sure they arrive to have their cars repaired or maintenance performed on them. And the objective is to make the customer experience just second to none, so that it's a 24/7 live engagement where they can quickly book an appointment to get their vehicle serviced through whatever medium that they choose. And so that's what we do. And we were fortunate enough about a year ago, we met Chad and the H&H group. I think that may have been during the time of the NADA and
the
New Orleans that happened to be snowed in. Yeah, but it's been a great experience with Chad and his team, and we felt like that they would have a message that a lot of other dealers are wrestling with right now.
So, Chad, here's where you come in. Tell us what were the service challenges or pain points you were experiencing most consistently before partnering with Blink AI?
Yeah, so we've been super hyper focused on conversions on appointments, trying to make that process easy for our customer. And our dealer looks at that conversion metric as though it's a pain point for customers. If we're not converting the majority of those people, that means that they didn't get done what they wanted to. when they visited our virtual showroom. And so we had gone through a pretty laborious process of using different AI tools and different web schedulers, and kind of honestly, a few years ago, just threw the towel in, and we started using what we called a service appointment request form, where they literally, it was just on our website. It said, "Hey, who are you? What do you want done, and when do you want to do it?" And then we tried to fit that into our schedule. We did that for a couple of years, and even using a very low resistance form like that, the best we could ever get to was in like the mid 30s for conversions. I actually ran into Blink about the time of MRC last year is when I first ran into them. And last fall was the first time that we kind of interacted with some AI tools that we looked at and went, "Hey, that looks like it actually might work." And we did a couple of demos with them, and they kind of knocked our socks off. So we kind of just jumped in with both feet and started rolling things out in January. And proud to say last quarter, we converted as a group at 63%. So nearly double what we used to do. So
even more than. So Chad, take us back to that time when you first began working with Blink. Were there specific priorities? You know, you mentioned several things there, but were there certain things that you wanted to make sure you accomplished? And, you know, did that enter into your choice with Blink?
Yeah, the main thing was some of the other tools we looked at have some real nice bells and whistles, but we really wanted a tool that, if in doubt, it would just schedule an appointment. Like, we can sort all that out later, but we wanted to make it as the lowest resistance for the customer as possible to just get it done quick. I think our average session last quarter was like 1 minute and 49 seconds or something like that. So it's very quick.
Wow.
It's very efficient for the customer.
That's quick.
And let us clean up the mess if there's anything wrong, but just get the appointment scheduled. That's the hard part, right? So,
you know, Dave, thinking back, a lot of dealerships don't even answer the phone in 1 minute and 49 seconds, let alone handle an appointment. Dave, how does structured scheduling and call handling translate into better shop efficiency for a dealer or a group like Chad's?
Sure. Well, I think structured is great, but it's not just structure. I mean, Chad had structure with the form to fill out. You know, it was very structured approach, but it wasn't that engaging. It wasn't that understanding, trying to get to what is the customer trying to achieve with this call, right? Are they checking on status of a vehicle that happens to be in service? Or are they trying to book a new appointment? You know, what are they trying to exactly do? And so that has to be ascertained first. And, you know, if they're going to the service booking page on the website, then it's pretty clear. And then as quickly as possible, trying to ascertain, you know, what sort of service that they're looking for. So we get them scheduled in, you know, in the right service location, but also, you know, the right day. But then it's about understanding what's the convenience for that customer. When are they trying to come in? We want to bring them in at a time where they're not competing with lots of other customers that are just showing up because, you know, that's the way they used to doing it. And so we heavily, you know, bias, you know, people to book in the afternoon as an example, because usually that's when, you know, service operations are beginning to slow down. And so we want to keep Chad and his team busy pretty much all day long. They define the hours to us, and then we follow the rules. But then, you know, our goal is to fill up their service schedule.
Chad, I'm just curious from your perspective. It sounds like you may have been doing some things with AI even prior to Blink. What made you take AI seriously as a solution versus, let's say, hiring more staff or even changing processes?
Well, I think hiring more staff is it's kind of the driving force behind it for us anyway. I mean, we're not really looking at this at the moment as a tool to necessarily reduce headcount, but for us, it was, you know, it's not like the talent pool is overly abundant, right? And to get enough people to handle the growing volumes that we have in our service departments, it was apparent we needed to find something to help kind of just take some of the pressure off of that team. And then the other side of it, you know, scheduling all this new business is great, but we have good quality people, and we'd rather have their efforts focused on retention and defectors and investing that time trying to keep the people that we have that are need more attention than just, hey, I need to come in for an oil change,
Sure. Chad, looking at this big picture, what have you seen in terms of improvements? You've mentioned a couple things, but in terms of call capture, appointment show rates, or even advisor time availability, what stands out to you the most, or is it something else?
I mean, I guess I'm happy to report that we haven't seen a lot of change in some of those areas because, for example, Blink last at our Steel Ridge locations, our volume brands, Blink scheduled more than 50% of our appointments, and the first side effect of that we would expect might be a deterioration in show rates. They've held very steady at about 90% show rate. So probably the biggest gain that we've found is that our my BDC team just has more time, and they've been able to refocus our energies and efforts on that outbound activity and keeping customers coming through the front doors.
Chad, is it a centralized BDC? I'm just curious.
Yeah. We have that's about 80% of my job is supporting that team. We've got 41 folks, counting myself. We've got about 16 or so in the sales or service side, 13 in sales, and then we have another 8 that are in we call live support. I don't know, kind of a hybrid of reception / live chat / over, you name it. They kind of just do it all. But
so, Dave, from your perspective over at Blink, what is a calmer service drive, a calmer BDC, if you will? What does that mean financially for a dealership?
Well, I think it means a lot. Of course, calm, you could achieve calm a couple of different ways, right? I mean, if you had no customers, that would be pretty calm, but that would be frightening for sure. What we try to do is, we look at it as somewhere between 65 to 75% of inbound, customer connections, whether it be on the web or phone or whatever, are somewhat transactional in nature. Some are sales oriented, of course, but those that are booking service, they want to either book a service appointment quickly, or they want to check status quickly, those sorts of things. So we try to shunt those off and handle those in an automated fashion. But there's certain customers where there's subtlety to the need, or there's complexity to the need, or maybe emotion to it. And of course, it's different if you're on the phone, where you can detect some of these things just through the voice. But at the end of the day, we want to get the customer to the right place, And if that means, getting that service booking done in a minute and 49 seconds, that's amazing, Chad. Good on you for structuring your internal processes to be able to allow that. One of the things that we see is sometimes there's too many exceptions to the rule, right? Oh, if you want to, get a loaner car or something, well, that means a call to the dealership. Or if you want to wait, we've got a limit that's pretty low, which then forces you to go to some other alternative. And I think, Chad and his guys are really forward looking. I think that's something that really distinguishes them, and they've been able to structure their processes so that we could then manage those calls and get it to a human if they need to speak to a human, or redirect it in some way to a human. But if it's transactional nature, we just want to be able to handle it. And that makes it calmer by nature. Now you're not passing a call off to 2 or 3 or 4 people, or doing lots of outbound trying to get customers to come in where they're not answering the phone. It takes repeat calls, And so that's my view of it. I'd be interested in Chad's perspective on that.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly it. And I'd say, from thinking about it from the dealer hat, I think that's probably the most important thing to consider when you're looking at a tool is, what does your structure look like, and how wide open can you let it run? Because I think a lot of the tools unintentionally limit themselves by complexity, and that can be detrimental to both the dealer and the tool, for sure.
Chad and his team are somewhat new on telematic. I'm going to be really interested to see how that impacts the numbers at the end of the day once they've had enough opportunity to fully explore that. But in that case, you've identified the customer, you've identified the vehicle, you've identified the nature of the service issue, the alert that's occurring with the car. And so now it's that outbound outreach with no human involvement whatsoever to bring a good portion of those customers into the drive so that, one, they're getting service quickly, but then also they're not considering some third-party service organization as well. So we're hoping that builds retention as well, because at the end of the day, Chad and his team want to service that vehicle for the life of it, but then be there to sell the next vehicle to that customer as well. And that's because you're engaging with that customer, you're maintaining those relationships, and that's what we want to support.
Chad, I was going to ask you, does this all enter into your 2026 strategy? In another month and a half, we're going to be in a new year, and things like telematica, things that Blink, brings to the table that could enhance the experience for your customers.
Yeah, my team's already knee deep in planning for 26, and that's definitely one of the areas where with this added time, I guess I just call it in our day, and we've gotten our team we're hodgepodging our way into using our CRM from the sales department on the service side. Some days I feel like I'm pounding around peg through a square hole, but the end result of it is we're creating a more unified communication channel for our customers, and telematic is a great example. There's customers that get a telematics alert that it's just easy cheesy. They got they're due for an oil change, and they get the text on their phone. They convert, they get an appointment. But there's other people that have a recall or they've got questions, and again, it's freeing up time for us to call those people and have those more in-depth conversations where they need explanation or compassion or empathy. I don't know, a myriad of different things people go through and their check engine lights pop on, right? But we've just really been able to focus our efforts on the customers that really need it. And that's been a big part of what has been a benefit for us.
I like that. Well, Chad, congratulations on the success the organization is having, and for the foresight to bring some of this new technology to your guests as well. I think that's a big part of the equation. So congratulations to you on all that you're doing.
Thank you.
And Dave, Blink keeps making great strides. So congratulations to you and the Blink team on all the success you're having.
Well, thank you, Ted. Our whole team appreciates all that you do, not just for us, but for the industry. And so good luck on the next roundtable. I look forward to watching all the other sessions as well.
Gentlemen, on behalf of the Fixed Ops community, I want to wish you and your families and your organizations a happy Thanksgiving at the end of next week. And again, appreciate all that you do.
Thanks,
Chad Anderson, look forward to having you back on the roundtable and hearing more about your success as we move into 2026. Dave Perry, thank you again on behalf of the roundtable at Blink AI.
Thank you, Ted. Thank
Blink
you, Chad.
AI panel here with us today at the Fixed Ops roundtable.
The fastest pit change in a Formula One race took 1.80 seconds. At Blink AI, we say challenge accepted as we take your dealership from zero to hero with our platform that's purpose-built to shift the customer experience into high gear. Unlike solutions that promise efficiency with AI chatbots, Blink AI turns your dealership operation into a profit powerhouse. With Blink AI, you get scheduling solutions that work together to increase your bottom line. It's about turning interactions into actions that drive dealership success. We're talking about intelligent phone automation and seamless scheduling that increases appointments without increased overhead, and workflow automation that eliminates service bottlenecks and boosts staff productivity, and a customer campaign solution that proactively engages customers and increases CSI scores. Blink AI, your dealership's #1 pit crew.
For over a decade, you've known My Karma as the standard bearer for a revolution in service lane technology, extending from communication to service cart video MPI to My Karma payments and reporting, transforming the service lane into an intelligent, revenue-maximizing powerhouse. My Karma's insight and experience, stretching across thousands of dealerships, means that we can bring workflow AI into your dealership in a way that really makes sense, that's useful, and makes a real difference to your bottom line.
Fixed Ops doesn't need another chatbot. It needs AI that closes the loop.
Workflow AI like Service Concierge that not only schedules appointments 24 hours a day, but interprets the sentiment of every call, routes it to the right place and the right people, making sure that customers are served. Workflow AI like Service Pre-Diag that interacts with service customers before they set foot in the dealership, asking questions and gathering intelligence so that techs have a head start on diagnosis. And Workflow AI like our Tech Video Grader that evaluates every tech video, helping techs and dealerships improve their video inspections with objective feedback. AI that makes a difference to your bottom line with 40 minutes saved per repair order, 8 to 10 more repairs per day, 20 to 30% higher additional service sales volume, 5% more after-hours customers.
With My Karma's Workflow AI, every workflow becomes an opportunity for lift in time saved, dollars gained, and customer trust earned.
Introducing My Karma Workflow AI. Request a demo today and see it live at NADA 2026.
Check out who's in the lead with John Purdy of CDK Global.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. John Purdy from CDK Global is with us, a great friend of the industry, long time automotive expert, and we travel in a lot of the same circles. Great honor to welcome you here, John. Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Ted, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here and to get to share, this message about helping people grow their teams today. And I know it's a great conversation. I'm looking forward to having it.
I am as well. I think it's so relevant right now, John. There's leadership. There's a lot of voids in leadership in our industry, and we've seen a lot in our time. And excited to share this time with you.
Absolutely.
All right. So I know you are considered an expert on leadership in our industry. And John, you've worked with leaders all around the world. What are some of the biggest gaps that you see in leadership? And if you could relate maybe some of that over to the fixed ops side, if possible.
Sure. I mean, that's a great question, Ted. There's the obvious ones, right? We're all too busy. We're all stretched too thin. Lean organizations ask us to do more with less. It's hard to find good people, especially technicians, right? The customer expectations keep rising over and over and over again, while margins keep shrinking no matter what we do, it seems like. And quite frankly, especially in fixed ops, no matter how hard we try and fight it, complexity just keeps creeping through our processes. And I could go on and on all day long. And I know that those sound like, you just asked me, like, what's the issue? And I know that probably sounds like I'm talking symptoms, but actually, I think those are really indicators more than market conditions, right? They help point us towards some of the leadership gaps in our industry. The truth is, there's some of the challenges that fixed op leaders face every day, and those challenges kind of expose those underlying gaps. They kind of feed each other, and we're obviously not going to solve all those today, but I do know where to start.
Well, it's been said that we are in a people business. You got to love people to be in our business. I imagine this starts with the people.
Of course it does, right? At its most basic, Ted, leadership is influence, right? Mm-hmm. Leadership is influence. And so what's influence? It's the ability to get people to do that which they otherwise would not or could not do without you, right? So if Ryan can average $400 per RO with your help and $400 without you, are you really necessary to Ryan's success?
No value seen there. No.
Right. Now, if he can only do $400 without you and $500 with you, now are you necessary?
I'm worth $100 more.
Exactly, right? And that's influence. Your influence on Ryan helps him be a more profitable service advisor. And the thing about influence is it's earned day by day by how we lead, by how we coach, and most importantly, by how much we care.
All right. So for our viewers, John, watching us here today, where do we start?
I mean, we can make it complex. I like simplicity. The license plate of my car is literally be simple. Ted, I think it starts with how employees spell love. I know you've heard this one before.
It's spelled time, T-I-M-E.
That's exactly right. You've heard the saying, show me how you spend your time, and I'll tell you what you value most.
Yeah.
If we want our people to feel valued, we have to spend quality time with them. And the most basic way we can do that is to give them our time by ensuring we do regular one-on-ones. Now, I'd love to share a simple one-on-one technique with our friends today that's worked well for more than 30 years. It's called the Take 10 technique.
And John, time is the most valuable asset that any of us will ever have. So tell us about Take 10.
Well, you start by setting aside 10 minutes a week with each of your direct reports. Not 5, not 30. Just start with 10. Now, I would love to block this in the calendar and never let it move, be a fixed thing that anchors our week. I'd also know that we work in the customer service business, right? And so we're going to have to be flexible about exactly when we meet. The time slot is a lot less important than the regularity. You can move it, just don't skip it. Okay, so we have our 10 minutes. Now we pick a neutral place. Not your office, not their workspace, someplace neutral. If you're a coffee drinker, go grab a cup of coffee together. If you're a walker, go for a lap around the dealership. The key is to find a space that is ours, not mine, not yours, ours.
Okay, so neutral space. I'm with you so far. 10 minutes, a safe space. Don't skip it. And John, where do we start the conversation? What do we talk about?
I think you can do it in just 3 questions. The first one is, how are you doing?
That's simple.
Yeah, I know. It's deceptively simple, right? See, it's not the words that matter. It's how you ask the question. This can't feel like the millions of times you've passed someone in the hallway and you've said, or they've said, how you doing? And neither of you actually care about the answer, right? This only works when they can feel that you mean those words, right? Ted, how are you doing? Mm-hmm. Now, at first you might get, oh, I'm fine, right? And if so, that's fine. That's the end of the conversation. Seriously, that's it. That's because at this point, they're not ready to open up to you. So ask it again next week, and the week after that, and the week after that, and keep asking it over and over again until you finally get an honest answer. That's only ever going to happen when they hear and feel that you mean it, that you really, truly care. Ted, it's only after they're willing to open up to you to tell you they're having a great day or a horrible week, or to tell you that they're frustrated or they're excited or they're scared or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's only after they feel comfortable that you can do what?
Most important word in service is trust. Earn their trust.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
We have to have the trust of our customers. We all know this, right?
Yeah.
But we have to have the trust of our people too, because trust leads to influence. They have to learn that they can trust us with whatever's on their mind. Mm-hmm. That leads to honest conversations about performance and trust that your coaching will help them improve it or fix the problem or put out a fire. It doesn't matter. It all starts with trust. All right. So how are you doing and mean it? Now, the second question is, how is the team doing? Which I know doesn't feel like something you might ask in a one-on-one. I mean, it's one-on-one, right? But this second question is looking for 2 particular things. It's looking for either process issues or personnel problems. So if I ask how the team is doing and Ryan responds, I think most of us are probably okay, but the technicians are pretty frustrated about that new parts process we launched last month. Well, now you've been turned on to something you can go fix. Or maybe it's not broken, right? It's just a perception issue. And now you know you need to go spend some time helping them adapt to that change. No matter what, though, I've uncovered a process issue and I've got work to do. But if I ask how's the team doing and Ryan says, well, pretty good, but have you talked to Bill lately?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know he probably wouldn't say anything to you, but I think he's hurting, boss. You should go talk to him.
Hmm.
So now we've uncovered a people problem. Now, by the way, please don't start the conversation with Bill by saying, well, I talked to Ryan and he said, right?
But in doing this, isn't Ryan breaking Bill's trust?
I don't think so. If we've established the relationships like we should, what's really happening is that Ryan is acting like an early warning radar, right? I might have eventually figured out that Bill's in trouble, but if Ryan and Bill have a great relationship because they're peers or friends or fishing buddies or whatever, and Ryan points me in the right direction before I would have otherwise picked up on it, then I now have an opportunity to get involved earlier. If it's personal, I'll just be a friend. Remember, this is about building trust. If it's performance related, though, now I can use that influence to help right now before this becomes a bigger problem. Smoke, easy to put out. 400,000 acre fire, a whole lot harder.
All right. So I see it. You've built a relationship strong enough with Ryan that he feels he can share things with you, knowing he can trust you because you're going to do the right thing. Okay. And maybe you've built a relationship with Bill that would allow him to do the same for Ryan or someone else. It comes back to that word influence that you mentioned.
Influence.
And you said there were 3 questions.
Yeah. Actually, Ted, if you don't mind, I've noticed something while listening to you doing these roundtables over the years, and I've always enjoyed these, by the way. And I think I've found something that might be helpful, maybe even help your listeners get just a bit more out of these incredible sessions. And I'd like to share that with you. Okay.
All right, go ahead. Sure.
Actually, that's the 3rd question. Sorry. You see, if you want to make sure the person you're talking to and you're trying to coach absolutely does not listen to you, then start the question like this. Hey, can I show you where you're terrible? Right? That's going to shut them down in a hurry. The key to asking that 3rd question isn't the buildup where I talked about helping your listeners get more out of your sessions. It's the last 5 characters, right? It's the comma, the space, the O, the K, and the question mark. You see, when you phrase it that way and you end with a pause at the end, when they respond, yes, as they nearly always do, what are we getting?
Yeah, it's a permission-based technique. Yes,
that's exactly right. It's a permission-based coaching, and you've got them wanting to be coached now, to want you to share what you know, to want to be helped. It's always easier to help somebody when they want it.
They want to be helped.
Now, obviously, you need to have something to talk about, right? You have to have something that you're here to coach. So be sure to have prepared something before you sit down or take that lap around the dealership with them. You should know what they need as a tuned-in leader that's paying attention to their performance and their interactions with customers and their interactions with each other. You've got in mind what they need next. And now they know they need something. So coach them. But coach them with confidence. Coach them because you care about them. Have a plan, a desired outcome, and coach them to success. And the nice thing is, the more you do this, the easier it is.
So, John, that sounds like a very solid, a very good foundation for the one-on-ones, especially for folks who haven't done them or haven't done them in a while, in a long time. What about some more advanced advice for leaders who are already doing things like one-on-ones?
I'm glad you asked. And I hope you don't mind the selfless plug here. We have an entire series on professional one-on-ones in CDK University, which, as you know, is free for every retailer who uses any CDK product.
Wow.
Let me share the central core of that series, though, at a high level so that even the folks that don't have access to this at least know what it is. So to me, professional one-on-ones should always have 4 critical elements, right? Relationship building, listening to hear, professional development. I'm sorry about that. I have those animations turned on. I should have turned that off before we did this. Professional development and focused outcome, right? So relationship building, listening to hear, professional development, and focused outcomes. Let's start with the most critical piece, right? Which is building relationships. I will be more secure as a teammate when I have a strong relationship with my leader. That's kind of what people feel, right? Now, we've just spent the last few minutes talking about how important it is to build trust. So I want to take it just a little bit further. There's an old saying in the influence business: no one will care how much you know until they know how much you care. So the true secret to building work relationships is really no different than building a personal relationship, except the stakes may be higher for both of you, right? So here's two things to remember. First, be intentional. When I'm trying to build a relationship with someone, I need to be intentional about that. I need to be engaged. I need to be listening. I need to ask questions that are organic and make sense, right? I need to be learning things that are important about what motivates them, what they care about, what their goals are, what their fears are. It's a relationship like I would in any other world, except at work, I need to be intentional about understanding sort of what that person is here for, what's important to them. And it's not all the same, especially in 2025, right?
Sure.
You and I started in the business a million years ago. And back then, it was really easy to influence folks. You just put more money on it. Today, they want time off. They want recognition. They want career advancement. They want a lot more than just a bigger, fatter paycheck, although that still motivates a lot of folks. The second thing we need to remember is to be sincere. I know all of us at some point have been around someone who was insincere, right? They were there, but they were there for the wrong reason. They asked a question, they didn't care about the answer. Or they were delivering a line they delivered 1,000 times before, hoping that you would bite on it the same as the last fish that got on that hook. Yep. People can see through that in a heartbeat. The easiest way to turn someone off is to be phony and fake. The easiest way to build a relationship is to just be sincere, be yourself, right? No one cares how much you know until they know how much you care.
So, John, the first time I heard that saying, I was a young retail salesperson selling Fords in New Jersey, and we went to a seminar that day, and there was a fellow named Jackie B. Cooper, okay?
Yep.
And Jackie made that saying famous, at least for that era that I lived in. There's an old saying, okay, that no one will care how much you know until they know how much you care. And it's so true today.
Yeah, I didn't start quite that long ago. I got it from a guy who probably got it from Jackie B. Cooper, and it gets passed down. And
I think Jackie got it from somebody too. So.
I'm sure, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It was an old ancient Roman saying, I'm sure. And our job, of course, as leaders is to continue to pass that down and have it get passed forward to the generation after that, right? Now, this next one's tough, especially when we're busy, which in fixed ops is all the time. The next one is listening to hear. And listening to hear is an intentional choice we have to make every single day, Ted. We're surrounded by distractions, and we're bombarded with people and things that urgently need our attention. Everything's a quadrant one, if you're a Stephen Covey fan. Everything's a quadrant one, urgent and important need, right? We live in a world where we have to mode switch and shift focus by the second. That's just the reality of working in fixed ops in 2025. But not in one-on-ones. Listening to hear means we must focus on the associate for those precious few minutes. No multitasking. Let the phone ring. Yeah. Let the alert ping. Let the text messages pile up on your phone unread. Honestly, this is no different than being in front of a customer or your boss, right? Yep. Each should get your full attention, and so should your people. Now, we also have to guard ourselves against this concept called already, always listening. Already, always listening. It was a concept coined by a guy named Werner Erhard, who refers to the way that we tend to listen to others through filters of our own preconceived notions and past experiences and existing beliefs, instead of listening to what's being said in the present moment. In short, listening to hear means that we have to put those filters aside, even if we think we've heard this 1,000 times before. There's a ton of content out there, Ted, on all of this, especially the always listening thing. I think it's worth time if one of our listeners wants to go investigate that, spend the hour it takes to go read about that or watch a few videos. It's a pretty interesting concept, and we all do it, and we can't do it in one-on-ones. You have to be present in the moment. The more we allow ourselves to be in that moment, to be present, and to truly listen, the more influence we'll have, right? People want to be heard, and they'll tell us how to lead them if we just listen.
I'm sorry. What did you say, John? Just kidding.
I love it. I love it.
But it's the most valuable asset. I mentioned it earlier, that time and the ability to take the time to listen. And you're right. We got to tune the world out, all the distractions, all the cell phone pings, all the notifications off to the side.
Yeah, for sure. Now, this next one's really dear to my heart. I think that great one-on-ones, truly great one-on-ones, should also have some time set aside for personal development, right? And this is not about what they can do for you or how they can help you hit your goal this month. This is about their personal, professional growth. As a leader, it's one of our primary responsibilities to grow our people. We have a saying in the learning services division at CDK. We believe you grow your business by growing your people, right? When you've got the best person in each position, you've got the best team, and great teams win championships. That means we have to invest time in developing them. Both their immediate, like right now, we got to fix this because it's a code red need, and also their long-term growth goals, right? So here's a couple of tips on how we can do that. First, always have a plan. A few minutes, Ted, thinking strategically about what they need, and then tactically about how you're going to help them get it. It also needs to fit into your larger long-term growth plan. Everyone who works for you should have a long-term plan that you both agree on. That takes time to develop, that's fine. But that focuses on developing those long-term skills and abilities to take them where they want to go. Number 3, regular coaching. Constant encouragement, skill development, role play, stretching beyond their comfort zone. I once read getting off the elevator one time, going to work out on a trip one day. If it doesn't challenge you, it doesn't change you.
Yeah.
And the last is upskilling, right? And I think we start with the low-hanging fruit. What's the biggest thing holding your person back? Fix that first, and then the next, and the one after that, and the one after that, and just keep helping them improve their skills until they're bulletproof. Can you imagine what it would be like to have a team of people that were bulletproof? Even if it took you 3 or 5 years to build that team. I mean, as we say down here in the South, honey hush, right?
Hardest thing in life is getting started, John, and start with the low-hanging fruit. I agree.
Yeah, for sure. And the last one of the 4 is, I think every great one-on-one has to spend some time on outcomes. Now, the good news is this is every coach's favorite, right? Because they think it's about getting things done. And there's some truth there. I think, though, the most important thing about outcomes is that they have to be clearly defined, right? Clearly defined, which I know seems simple. And yet I actually see this, Ted, as the number one miss with most leaders.
Oh.
Just because it's clear in our minds of what we need to accomplish doesn't mean it's clear in theirs. So I recommend using precise language and get confirmation that they actually understand exactly what's expected of them. Because without a clearly defined outcome, there can be no success.
Mm-hmm.
And then gain agreement on that outcome and the path to get there. Some folks we're going to have every single step laid out for because that's exactly what they need. Fine. Some folks are, you know what, just point me in the right direction and I got this. And they'll figure it out. They'll use their creativity and their passion to get that result. As leaders, obviously, our job is to know our people and to be sure to give them exactly what they need to achieve. So that includes clear expectations and timelines, right? Not only what I need to get done, also when I expect it to be done by, right? The better we do that part, the easier it is for the associate to get things done, and the easier it is for us to hold them accountable. And speaking of accountability, if I can have just a couple more seconds, if needed, get agreement on the consequences of failure, right? Mm-hmm. Now, not everybody needs this. That little voice inside you that says, this is the person I need to have that conversation with, they clearly have that conversation. You know who they are, right? When it's appropriate, not just what we want or what we need or what we've agreed to get done, and not just when it's going to happen, but even the consequences of what happens if it doesn't happen. I've had a lot of success over the years using just a ridiculously simple question. Ted, if this doesn't happen by X, doesn't happen by Tuesday, how should I interpret that?
Wow, I would imagine that would cause some people to really think.
You can see some folks squirm. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But that's exactly the mindset we need them to think about, right? that begins to chip away at that, I hate to say it, but that victim mindset, right?
Yeah.
It starts to change their thinking into leadership mindset. If I know there's a consequence for that action, and I start thinking about how you might be thinking about that consequence, it changes the way I'm thinking about this. Gosh, if I don't do this, then my boss is going to feel the same way I would feel if someone didn't do it for me, which is I don't care. And maybe that's not a good thing for my career, right? Or that I'm not willing to put the effort in, or I keep asking for a promotion, whatever that is, right? When they can start to connect those dots themselves, they start thinking like a leader long before we're asking them to take that next step in their personal growth and become a leader, right? Change the mindset to leadership mindset by what we need, a clear timeline, and when it's appropriate, the consequences if it doesn't happen.
That's a lot of great stuff, John Purdy. Thank you. Any final thoughts as we wrap up?
Yeah, if I can have just a couple of extra moments, I want to add just two technical details. Something I like to call the blend. I'll explain that in a second. And follow-up. So I talked about 4 elements, right? In a perfect world, you'd spend exactly 25% on each, and it would be like this perfectly balanced, encapsulated one-on-one. Great. But in the real world, sometimes we need to spend the entire time building relationships, or they've got something they need to get off their minds, and we just need to listen. Or it's crunch time. It's the end of the month, and we have to focus on the outcomes we need in the next 48 hours. That's okay. Follow your gut and allow these one-on-ones to organically be what they need to be in the moment. The long-term key, though, is to try your best to have a blend of all 4 of those elements in every one-on-one, or at least as many as you possibly can. Remember, Ted? Yep. Building relationships, listening to hear, professional development, and focused outcomes. And here's a great technique for follow-up. Now, I happen to lead a fully remote team. So when we do our virtual one-on-ones, we capture our notes either in OneNote or Loop, or whatever collaborative tool your folks may have access to. For those of us who are blessed to have the meetings in person, like I'm sure a lot of our retailers, there's an even easier way. And I've done this for a million years. Establish a habit where at the end of the one-on-one, each of your team members sends you a brief meeting recap, right? By email, by the end of the day, right? When they have to recap what we talked about in an email to you by the end of the day, a couple of things happen. The first thing is they have to think about it, right? Like, what did we actually talk about today? The second thing is they are now documenting the tasks or the outcomes or the expectations. They're kind of making a checklist or a punch list of what gets to be done or needs to be done. You also end up with a record of that meeting that you can reference later if you need to. Remember, we talked a couple of weeks ago about you getting this thing done. Well, here it is and what happened, right? But I think that maybe the most important part, Ted, is when they send you that recap, you get to see how they interpreted what you discussed. And if it's radically different than what your perception was, you know now, instead of being surprised later on. I really want to thank you for the opportunity to share this with your audience. This is really, truly important stuff, right? Our people depend on us. They trust us with their livelihoods. I never want us to forget that. That service advisor, that technician, that parts person, the driver, whoever it is, the cashier, all of these folks have put their livelihoods into our hands, right? And so we owe them being really good at this. For our CDK listeners, I would highly encourage you to go to CDK University, go to the very bottom of the homepage, and you'll find the Leadership Development Catalog, and you'll find everything we've talked about today and a whole lot more. The resources are out there. It's up to us to invest in ourselves so we can invest in our folks.
John Purdy, thank you so much for our audience watching today. CDK Global, CDK University. If you have CDK products, which most of us do, the Leadership Development Catalog at the bottom of the home screen in CDK University will take you where you can find this content and so much more. John, on behalf of the Roundtable, thank you for all you do.
Ted, thank you. Honored to be here.
John Purdy, everybody, from CDK Global, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
You have money on the line, but this revenue doesn't have to stay on hold. On a typical day, almost half of service customer calls are put on hold for an average of 8 minutes, while another 40% are never answered. Now, answer every call in seconds with Ava, CDK's artificial intelligence virtual assistant. Available across the CDK dealership experience platform. Ava uses conversational responses to book service appointments in real time. If further assistance is needed, Ava passes the call along to your team. Ava can also handle multiple calls simultaneously and respond fluently in over 50 languages, transforming long hold times into efficient and positive customer experiences.
Hi, I am Ava, your virtual scheduling assistant. What type of service does your vehicle need?
I need to schedule an oil change and a tire rotation.
Great! Let's get started with your oil change and tire rotation. Do you want to use one of your existing vehicles? Here are your options. 2022 Ford F-150.
Yes, that's correct.
How would you like to handle transportation while we work on your Ford F-150?
I'll drop it off and wait.
Awesome! We can schedule your appointment for Monday, December 2nd at 3 p.m. Does that work for you?
That date's perfect.
In about 2 minutes, Ava can help customers schedule a service appointment. Customers will feel their time is valued and their vehicle is in good hands, and service advisors will focus on building stronger relationships that yield more revenue. Ava puts an end to the wait and welcomes each caller with efficient, fast service. Every customer, every time. Learn how Ava can transform your fixed operations and more today.
Your next panel is on its way, and it's faster than lightning. It's the service pickup and delivery with Clint Curtis of Zapmoto.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Clint Curtis is with us. He is reimagining service pickup and delivery at Zapmoto, zapmoto.com. Clint, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Oh, man. Any chance to talk with the legend, Ted Ings, I got to take advantage.
Oh, my gosh. I'm not so sure about that, but I could tell that you are definitely in a sweet spot in our industry right now in fixed operations. You got to see a lot of dealers asking about this, talking about it. Clint, what are you seeing out there? And by the way, congratulations on all the success you're having. I heard about the numbers the last month or two. So again, great job in service pickup and delivery.
Yeah, no, it's what a time to be alive. No, yeah, we're really excited about what's happening in our space. It feels like between mobile service and service pickup and delivery, all the dealerships are kind of understanding that this is the way we got to do it. We got to meet them where they're at. We got to meet the customers where they're at. And we fit in so nicely with that because we just want to take away the responsibility of handling all that front to back from these dealerships because they got a lot on their plate.
Yep. Clint, are dealerships starting to treat service pickup and delivery as its own profit center, or is it still an extension of the service lane? And does all that come back to the dealer's mindset?
So we see a difference between some dealerships and other dealerships as far as that goes. Some of them do parse the data vigorously to be able to show the metrics on the spend between the pickup and delivery customer and someone that's in store and then someone that's mobile. Other dealerships, they just want the car there, and whether we bring it or the customer brings it, they don't really pay attention. They just want to hit their numbers as far as what the OEM requirement is to get their subsidies. What we love to see, though, is the dealerships that are really leaning in, because we're a data-driven company. We like to say that we're a technology company that also provides operations. And so we're excited to work with dealership partners that really want to dive into the data and the analytics with us, because even without OEM support, this absolutely makes financial sense to do a pickup and delivery operation versus having the customer bring in the vehicle and then Uber home. And the CSI shows this. The CSI or the NPS scores, they go up. And also the spend goes up significantly. It's been interesting over the last couple of months where we've seen dealerships that are working with us primarily as Ford dealerships and dealerships groups. And we're starting to trickle into other dealerships outside of Ford where there's no support, no OEM support at all. And it's because of the analytics. So it's kind of fun to see and work with what we call the early adopters. So you have the growth curve, right? In any kind of disruption in any industry, if you look up Google the growth curve or disruption curve, and you always have the early adopters, right? And then you reach the tipping point, and you have the crest, and then you have the laggards on the other side. And it's fun to work with dealerships that are early adopters that see it, and we fit in so nicely where we're seamless in their operations. But on the ground, if I'm being totally candid and honest, the dealer just wants the vehicle there, and they want to fix it quick, and they want to treat the customer right, and they're not too worried how it gets there because that's what we provide. Does that make sense?
Yes. And are you still seeing you alluded to it, that RO dollar amount? It's still a higher amount, considerably higher, when the customer doesn't have to spend their day in the dealership waiting in the customer service lounge. That seems to be a big part of it as well.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I'm getting more and more down rabbit holes in customer behavior. And what I think it comes from, if I'm totally honest, is the adversarial relationship between the dealer and the customer is a real thing. And it's something that has to be overcome every single interaction that a dealership has with a customer. And on top of all of it, when a customer comes in to get their vehicle serviced, the service advisor is actually taking the brunt of the anger of the customer that the product isn't working, even though it wasn't their fault, right? Yeah. And on top of that, we're asking that service advisor or that dealership to provide a good enough customer experience where they're going to get a good survey afterwards. And what I believe is as soon as that customer walks through the doors when they drop off their vehicle, they're already in defense mode. They're already worried, like, oh man, how much is this going to cost me and how long is it going to take? And how are they going to get me? And so when you take away that experience and leave the customer at home or at work, and it's just magic, and the vehicle gets picked up and they can see on their phone where it's traveling to, and they never have to walk through those doors. We always say here at Zapmoto that convenience is kindness, right? That relationship gets transformed, and now all of a sudden they're not worried about how much this is going to cost them. They're worried about getting their car back as quickly as possible. And then when the dealership calls them, says, hey, while we have it here, would you like us to do this, this, and this while we have it here? All they're thinking about is, I don't want to have it brought back again.
Right.
I don't want to have it picked up again. Let's just get it done so it's done and I don't have to worry about it. If the customer's sitting in that waiting room, all they're thinking about is, wait, this is going to take longer. I don't want to do that. Let's do it later. I want to get back home. So it's all about redefining that relationship. And I love how our buddy Ed Roberts says, meet the customers where they're at, but also redefine it so that you are meeting the customer in their home, meeting the customer, and don't mess up their day. Just let them live and let them do their thing so they don't have to worry about anything. And they will come back and they will service over and over and over again. And the analytics bear that out, along with higher customer spend, which we see in some dealerships. We see it as high as like 70%. It's insane.
Wow.
But the advisors do have to buy in, and they have to decide, okay, and it comes from management, and they have to say, you know what? We want you to build this relationship with this customer, but we're going to do it via text or over the phone with video CPI and things like that. And we're not not CPI, inspection, via video inspection.
Multipoint. Multipoint.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. and we're not going to rely on shaking hands, looking each other in the eye, because the bottom line is no one wants to do that now anyway.
Right. That's right.
Anyways.
Clint, what are you seeing in terms of new roles? Are you seeing new skill sets that are emerging? You've been doing this for a while inside the dealerships, specifically because they've got service pickup and delivery as time goes on.
Yeah, and it's funny, the advisors that buy into this, as I spoke just now about this new relationship building way to do things, they're the ones that are finding the real success, and they're realizing, oh wait, I don't have to work as hard, and I actually meet my quotas, I kill them, and on top of that, my customer service scores are better. And so it's so cliche to say, oh yeah, we're going to save you time and money, and you're going to make more money. Every company says that, but this experience in general absolutely does that. And I see the future where, in sales, they talk about there's always an 80-20 rule. Are you familiar with the 80-20 rule?
The Pareto law, yes, sure.
Yeah,
80-20.
right. Yeah. And so 20% of the workforce, creates 80% of the value.
Yes.
Right? And if you can enable that 20% to help 2 or 3 times as many customers, think about how much money that's going to save a dealership, but then how much more money it's going to make a dealership. And I feel like that's where we come in, and where this experience comes in is we're going to empower that top 20% to be able to help as many customers as possible efficiently. And it's going to affect the bottom line of the dealership.
Clint, if you could redesign the service pickup and delivery experience, and by the way, that's really what you're doing at Zapmoto, but if you could redesign it from scratch, all right? 8, 9, 10 years ago, you didn't hear about this. Then it started to happen, before the world changed in 2020. Yeah. But if you could redesign that entire experience with no legacy constraints, no other thinking other than clean, white sheet of paper, what would it look like?
So number one is, as soon as that customer signs on the dotted line to buy their vehicle, their brand new vehicle, there would already be included a visit back to the dealership or a mobile service appointment. And that would be automatic, and that would be within the first 45 days, number one. Okay. Why? Because you want to touch point with that customer as quickly as possible. And you make up any reason to go and meet that customer. It could be to top off fluids, a lube oil filter free for your first visit or something like that. But the main thing you want to have happen is you want that technician or whoever handles that customer to go through the vehicle with them, to look at the technology. Hey, is your Bluetooth working all right? Do you understand how to activate your self-driving? All that stuff, because you want to change that relationship from someone that I bought a car from this dealership to actually they're going to provide a superior ownership experience, and they're going to be my Sherpa while I've got this car. And so that would be the number one thing. The second thing would be this is what we're working on right now, is automated online scheduling that's going to offer pickup and delivery, or drop it off and wait, or mobile, right? And so this means online visibility, right, on the dealership websites, but we need to communicate to the customer that this experience is available and this is how it works. Yeah. I remember the first time that I used Uber. I was on a trip in Washington, D.C. with some friends, and it was magic. The car, I downloaded an app and automatically the car appears to me. Are you kidding me? This is so cool, And then I also remember the other one that I think about a lot is, have you ever been to the Nike store? I bet you got a big collection of Jordans.
Yeah, I do in my closet, sure.
So if you go to the Nike store, which, side note, it's interesting, actually the Nike stores aren't doing so good there. That's a whole different strategy, super funny thing. But the Nike store, once I realized that I didn't have to wait in the line. and I could grab my shoes and I could grab somebody that was walking around, like a customer service person, and they would ring me up right there. And then I could miss that line and I could walk out. It was like I was in on this big secret. And then I wanted to tell my friends about it. I'm like, holy crap, did you know that you don't have to wait in line at Nike? So as soon as we give a little bit more visibility to this experience, there's a flywheel effect that happens, and customers want to tell their friends about it, which is going to create more customers. Because I feel like the standard should be every time a car gets serviced, if that car is not drivable, send a tow truck, bring it in. If that car is drivable and it's not an easy maintenance visit, meaning oil change, computer recall, things like that, let's get that car in the dealership. I also think via pickup and delivery, and I also think even if it is a maintenance decision, an easy maintenance, visit or something like that, if that vehicle is out of warranty, over 3 years old, that vehicle needs to be in the dealership as well. Because those are the opportunities. Those are where that advisor can text and say, oh yeah, hey, these rotors, they need to be changed. Oh, this alignment is off. And this is easy stuff that can happen that people will say yes to and ultimately take care of their investment.
Clint, I see dealers, you mentioned our good friend Ed Roberts, introducing things like, and of course he's got mobile service and service pickup and delivery. They're introducing it from the salespeople at the outset when they sell the car. They're introducing it up front and letting them know about it. Jim Sabino up at All American Ford in Paramus, New Jersey, actually doing the first service visit by making sure we pick the customer's car up and bring it in. So I see some innovative dealers thinking out of the box to make sure that the customer knows we have this by doing it right from the beginning.
Yeah, what a beautiful retention piece too.
Right.
Everyone's spending so much money on retention and retention products. It's literally sitting right there in front of them. And if you're a Ford store, you have a subsidy of co-op dollars that'll help pay for it. So why wouldn't you try to do that every single time is beyond me. So I love what's happening with folks like Jim and Ed, that they're getting it. And I get so excited about working with dealers like that, because this is the way that we win. This is the way that dealerships are going to win. The Jiffy Lubes can build as many Jiffy Lubes as they want, but what Jiffy Lube can't do is warranty work. Carvana can buy as many cars for outrageous prices as they want, but what Carvana can't do is warranty work. So we have to use our service departments as quickly as possible, get them in the equation, because that is a silver bullet that builds a customer base. It builds that retention, and it changes that relationship from, oh, this is where I went to buy my car, but I'm not going to service my car there because it's too expensive, to this is where I bought my car, and these guys are just going to white glove the crap out of me and make me feel like $1 million, and I'm never going to want to do anything else.
I had a dealer tell me recently they've got a quick lane, a very busy quick lane, and they said, you know what, customers come in and out of the quick lane. Of course, that's a pretty standard approach, but the CSI is not great. This is a really good dealer. They said, but when we go pick the customer's car up, do the work in our shop, and return it, then the CSI is great. So are you seeing things like that too? That the
100%. Because I'll say this, and this might be incendiary, right? But it's the truth, and clarity is kindness as well. We are not going to be able to beat Jiffy Lube or the Valvoline 10-minute oil change places of the world. I'm not going to be able to do it as far as time and efficiency.
Okay.
It's the only thing they do. It's the only thing they do. And then so we're not going to be able to compete there. Okay. Because they've got a couple 100 million oil changes that they've done, and they got that process down. Okay. But what we can do is, if we use and leverage the programs that are out there to go and pick up that vehicle, that 10-minute, that 15-minute oil change experience, or that 40-minute oil change experience at an aftermarket oil change, lube oil filter place.
Yes.
They can't compete with this. They can't send a bunch of drivers out to go and grab those vehicles and bring them in. It's impossible for them. Right. So we can go ahead and utilize these programs, and we can bring those customers back in, establish that relationship. And then that relationship will lead to more repairs, more maintenance down the road, and more opportunities to get that vehicle on trade, sell them a new one, all that. So I think it's absolutely the right strategy.
And we've got the factory trained technicians, we've got the genuine parts, we can handle the warranty work, and we can do all that as the dealer, as the authorized agent of the manufacturer. Clint, so if dealers want to get into service pickup and delivery right now, here we are, November, dealers are making plans for 2026 today, and they're looking forward. Okay. I imagine it typically starts with some questions for you. How would this work in our circumstance? How do dealers do it? Do they go online? Do they go to zapmoto.com?
Yeah.
Do they email you? What do they do?
Yeah, so we go to zapmoto.com. We've got some great materials there, great case studies. There's actually a cool ROI calculator that shows what a dealership is going to pay to tackle this experience in-house as opposed to letting us do it. I love where we're at because we offer an implementation. That's really what we're selling is we implement this process and technology into their dealership so that there literally is no lift required as far as manpower, fixed expenses, things like that to execute. But if they just want to reach out to me even direct on LinkedIn or something like, hey man, I'm having some issues. I cannot hit my numbers. What do you think? Could you come take a look? I'll talk to dealerships all the time, all day about that. I don't even ask for anything. I don't care because I do see this as the lifeblood. The service department is the lifeblood of a dealership. That's how they make money, right? That's how they keep the lights on while sales gets all the credit, right? And I do believe that this is necessary to keep dealerships viable in their communities and to keep dealerships profitable into the future while all this onslaught of direct-to-consumer is coming in from all sides and beating us up. So they can reach out to me on LinkedIn. They want to schedule a quick call, just shoot the breeze like, hey man, this is what we're doing. This is what's not working. What can you do to help, or what do you have that could help? But also maybe you take a look at our process. Fine, man. I'd love to because I want every single dealership across the country doing this. You can also reach us, on the website, online, just submit like normal. We'll have someone, give you a call, set up a quick demo with you. But it is really interesting what we're doing because we have customized technology. We have AI outreach that'll text the customers that have appointments, offer pickup and delivery, schedule it automatically, then bundle all those trips and optimize them for drivers, for whether it be our drivers. We have thousands of drivers across the country that are picking cars up and taking them places. And then the dealerships pay us per trip for that, just like Uber or Lyft. Or if they want us to optimize their schedule for their own in-house teams, great. Every single minute that driver that is employed by a dealership is not out picking up a car, it's costing the dealership money while they're sitting there in the back. So we want to optimize and make this efficient and have them help as many customers as possible. And so, you hit me up.
Dealers watching us, you want to have in your 2026 plan service pickup and delivery built in. You want to talk to the people who are doing it the right way, who have all the technology, who have all the tools and the experience in doing it now for a large volume of dealers. You may have seen Clint Curtis traveling with us at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We've been on the road, and he's been with us at a number of dealerships. You can learn more at zapmoto.com. Again, Clint Curtis is the founder and CEO. You're talking right to the top, and you see his email scrolling below there, clint@zapmoto.com. Clint, on behalf of the Roundtable, we want to wish you and your family a happy Thanksgiving at the end of next week. And thank you for all you're doing to move our industry forward.
Oh, man. Let's eat a lot of turkey and watch a lot of football, Ted, right?
Yep, that's next week.
Everybody, and I thank you so much. And I love what you do, man. I love the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and I love the opportunities that you're giving some of these younger folks and empowering them to get experience in the space and making automotive exciting for the young folks. Seriously.
That's right. It's a good thing. Good thing for all of us, right? We need that passionate pipeline of people coming into the industry, as you and I have, for a long time. So everybody, Clint Curtis, the expert on service pickup and delivery, Zapmoto, zapmoto.com, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Whether you consider it evolutionary or revolutionary, change is reshaping the franchise dealer business. And we're not talking about electric vehicles. There's another promising opportunity that demands your attention. It's the fast-growing and increasingly lucrative customer pay parts, tire, and service market. Consider what's happening around you. Average vehicle age is at an all-time high and rising faster than ever. More than 60% of passenger vehicles are 8 years old or older. 25% are at least 16 years of age. Together, this represents 244 million prospective parts, tire, and service targets. We say prospective because the vast majority of these vehicles are being serviced outside the franchise dealer channel. Would you like to capture your share of this nearly $400 billion opportunity? Epicor is ready to help. Our solutions are enabling thousands of automotive businesses to address every customer pay parts, tire, and service opportunity for virtually any vehicle, regardless of make, model, or year. We're helping service providers build customer relationships spanning the full vehicle lifecycle, from the end of the factory warranty to the day the vehicle is scrapped. We're putting the industry's most complete parts, tire, and labor data at the fingertips of thousands of service advisors every day. We've created a faster, more accurate estimating process for customer pay jobs that helps dealers increase average RO and service lane productivity. We offer real-time information on local parts and tire availability and pricing to speed every job, increase customer satisfaction, and boost the dealer's absorption rate. And we're helping parts departments establish real-time visibility and control of their inventories to increase efficiency and reduce operating costs. Epicor is ready to help your fixed ops teams achieve the same impressive results. Own every non-warranty parts, tire, and service opportunity, all makes, all models, all customers. Now you can with Epicor. Contact us today to learn more.
BG Experience provides a window into today's vehicle systems, including the engine, brake, driveline, and cooling system. You will learn about how each system functions, the challenges they face, and BG Products' preventative maintenance solutions to these challenges. BG Experience is used by automotive trade schools and service centers to educate students, technicians, and service advisors. The ability to see how individual components of complex vehicle systems interact in motion provides a more visceral understanding than older training methods. We partner with over 50,000 shops and service centers around the globe. BG Experience is an essential tool to engage and educate automotive professionals worldwide.
Stay up late on the racetrack as we hear from our friends Cobi Collins and Michael Grubich from Go Trego.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable's After Dark show. I'm Katrina Ness, joined by Vanessa Collins, Ted Ings, Allie Peters, and tonight we have two special guests from Go Trego. So welcome, Cobi and Michael, and thank you for joining us tonight.
Thanks.
Excited to have Go Trego in the house. Mike Grubich, the CEO, is here. Welcome. And Cobi Collins, our great friend, VP of Client Experience. Mike, I think it's the first time that you've been on the After Dark show.
It is the first time. Yeah, I'm excited.
Yep. And I met Michael up at Northwood University for the auto show this year. Cobi brought him along. And Michael, what'd you think about it?
It was an amazing experience. So I can't wait till next year. So I think the group, the students did an amazing job. And it was getting really interesting for me, being my first one, just kind of hearing what everyone was interested in, what everyone's kind of thinking about, both from a student point of view and from some of the partners that were there. So it was great networking, just a great environment.
Yeah, it was great to have you. And Cobi, how long have you been involved with Northwood?
So just 2 years now. Well, just a little over a year actually. So I started October of last year. And man, what an incredible experience. That university is turning out some of the best qualified people for organizations in the auto industry to hire: marketing, finance, sales, you name it. Just students young people who know how to connect, who know how to have conversations, who value mentorship, things that you just don't see walking down the street every day. And so what a great experience. And Katrina, congratulations, kudos to you. You put on an incredible show this year. The cars were beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was excellent. Good job.
Cobi almost bought 3, I think. She almost bought 3.
I did. I mean, starting at 900,000 pocket change. So I was going to get a few.
Yes.
Why not?
Just the 2 in that room where we were, right? With
That's correct. Oh my gosh. Oh, with Corvette.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Katrina, did you know how Mike arrived? Because he arrived in style in Midland, and I don't know if I told you about how we did that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, yeah, so not in a car. Well, I did get there in a car eventually, but living over in the other side of the lake in Milwaukee, I took a boat across. So I brought my car on the got the Audi on the ferry and zoomed across Lake Michigan, and then drove across Michigan over to Midland.
Sure.
Yeah.
Shon Kingrey, I haven't heard of you doing that yet. I would assume, Mike, that you can't do that all 12 months of the year, depending on the lake, right? So. Yeah, I know sometimes the Great Lakes freeze over.
Sorry, I froze for a minute there. Sorry.
Okay, right.
You're good.
Shon Kingrey in the chat tonight from a beautiful, sunny heat wave happening in Madison, Wisconsin.
Wow.
What's a heat wave, Shon?
Mike, you're not far. How warm is it there?
All right, he'll give us a weather report. Allie, what's it by you in San Antonio?
Oh, it's like a high 60s. I had my jacket zipped up. I had my steering wheel hot, my chair, my car hot.
Well, okay.
Yep. It was also windy, so it was cold.
Cobi, tell us some of the things that's going on at Go Trego now, because I know you've been very active in the automotive community and much more.
Yes, oh my gosh, we're doing so much. We just got back from Atlanta. We were in New York with y'all. We were in Wisconsin. We'll be back in Troy, Michigan. So kind of just some amazing things happening that we're finally getting the word out after 40 years of working in this industry, helping dealerships build their A-team. And Allie got hired because Sewell uses our tools. And so it's exciting. And look, she's moved her career and she's growing and knows what to do. So it's just exciting to partner with dealerships on the forefront of technology right now and keeping the cutting edge with our people, because man, technology is moving so fast. And we're talking about the fast lane, right? And so how do you find a team, field your A-team that has that competitive edge, who's adaptable and agile? And how do you find the best? How do you figure out who should be in what job? So that's what we're up to. And we're talking to larger organizations. Vanessa, we're in conversation with Lithia, AutoNation. So it's pretty fun.
It's so exciting. And Cobi, for those who don't know, what exactly does Go Trego do, and what solution do they provide to a dealership?
We just bring the fun. No, we are an organizational psychology team, workforce strategy. So we are master workforce strategists, and we use science. So we use assessments and science-backed tools to help dealerships set aside gut feel. We all like to hire people. We like people who are like us, people we have something in common with. And man, that doesn't always work out. We don't want the same exact people in the boat all the time, right? We just row in a circle then. So who do we need on the team? Where are their gaps? How do we fill the right folks coming in? And so, hey, Jim. So yeah, it's exciting because we take science, we apply it to what you're already doing and help you get that edge in your team and know who should be promoted, who should stay, who should go, and why. And so we give you some really great insight. And actually, Allie, you've got personal experience with this, even on the candidate side. Will you talk to that and what you think about how the tool works?
Yeah, absolutely. So it was something I didn't really know anything about the car business when I started. And I lived in New Braunfels, and the company that I was interviewing for right out of college was in the DFW area. So I remember getting up really early one morning and driving up 4 hours to go and take this assessment. And that was it. I took the test. It was a few hours long, so it was very involved at the time, or at least they had me prepare for a few hours. I think that I finished it a little bit faster than I expected, and that was it. And then I got a call, hey, we'd like to have you on the team, and that was really exciting. And then now being on the side of being on the interviewer side, I learned so much about it, where the company decides or you decide, what are kind of where's the sandbox of people that we want on our team, and what does that person look like? And then from there were stories about hiring managers who wanted to go with their gut, like you're talking about. And then they tried to fight it. And every single time the Trego was really that compass that we needed to. And every time they tried to fight it, that person didn't fit. And I remember thinking, what an incredible tool to help build the team and build the culture that we want.
Absolutely. Cobi, how long have you been with Go Trego? And over your time there, how have you seen the assessment change, the process change, and everything else, just, as the industry changes as well?
All right, Katrina, thanks for making me admit how old I really am.
No.
So I've been in this industry and with this team, actually. I started my senior year in college. Wow. So I've been working with this science specifically for 30 years now. And what we have seen, so I know Allie, right? They made her drive 4 hours, and then she had to spend a few hours prepping. You don't have to drive anymore to take the assessment. You can do it on a mobile device. It's 35 minutes, 35 to 40 minutes. And a couple of things that we have really focused on is, look, there are loads of assessments out there. We know people are using all kinds of things, AI, I could name all the others. There are employee assessments or things that are being touted as employee assessments. What makes us a little bit different is that we've got to stay legal in every state. Every year we have to be valid for every generation in the workforce.
Oh, wow.
And so our science is like hardcore. It is 110 years of people science. And we've distilled it down in the last 40 years, and every year it just gets more and more effective, and it changes and grows with companies. One of the best ways to describe it. So Vanessa, you asked me how this works and how it's changed, Katrina. What's really interesting is like Southwest Airlines, Dallas, and it was in Allie's backyard for a while. So Southwest Airlines came into the industry, and they had to be better than everybody because they were like the stepchild, and they were being kept out. There was what was called the Wright Amendment, and they were not allowed to fly nonstop to any city from Dallas. They had to stop somewhere else because all the other airline did not want them playing in the game.
Wow.
So they figured it out. But what they did is they knew they had to have the fastest turnaround time on the ground. So they benchmarked an Indy 500 pit crew. And Southwest beat everybody at the game because they benchmarked the people they needed to have on their team. They had to be safe and faster than everybody else. And so that's what we do is we benchmark superstars and help you match those folks into your organization in the right places.
I didn't know that. That's a great story.
That is incredible.
Mike, I'm going to use that story. That's great.
It's pretty exciting. Yes.
Yeah, you should. Absolutely.
And that does happen in industry, right? Yes. Where companies want to keep another company out, like having the rights to fly in, and the gates and all that. There's a whole lot of things, including politics, involved in that. Yes. So, and you're right. Southwest really earned their wings. Okay, to use that pun, to use that phrase, they earned it, by being quick and efficient. Yes. And finding efficiencies. And really that's part of what you help dealerships do, is finding the right people, because we all know it's a people business.
It is. And it's hard to figure that out in just an interview and a resume. I always talk about, if you think about driving, you've got a rear view, a windshield, and your seat. And so the rear view mirror is somebody's resume. It's what they've done in the past, and they usually don't tell you how good they really were at it. You're not getting statistics and feedback about. It's usually just a list of, hey, here was my tasks that I did, but how good were you? And then the driver's seat, they're sitting in a place in a particular moment in time. Yes. And so that's good information. Where are they today? But what we want to give you is what's through that windshield, what's ahead. Can someone and will someone do a job successfully in your organization for your culture and your leadership and your jobs? Will they do it successfully long-term into the future? Can they take you where your company wants to go? And you have to do that efficiently. And you cannot get the information that we give you anywhere else in the interview process. So it's that windshield that we're looking for efficiencies. And Mike, you can talk to efficiency.
Well, and I think, to add on what Cobi was saying is people talk about tools, assessments, different things like that. And certainly Go Trego, we have a great assessment. But it really is a business tool. Right? We want business owners, we want dealership owners, we want leaders in the dealers to have something that can help them use their time more effectively so that they're making better decisions. They're getting people that will stay and fit within the company, and they're not wasting a lot of time in the future having to do that again and again and again because people keep leaving, right? And so you get people who stay, they're going to be more productive. They're going to understand the business more. They don't have to be trained every other year because they're new. The time savings alone for leaders is hard to even measure. It's so vast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Cobi, when I take the assessment and I complete it, and then, the dealer gets the results, what do the results look like once I completed the test, and what can they expect?
Okay. So speaking like functionally about what it looks like for dealerships, we give you a super quick 2-page report. It shows you, so there's specific scales that we measure, and there's 7 top scales, but there's a few nuanced scales too, and it's specific to the auto industry. But we let you know the insight about a person. What kind of strengths do they have? Where are their strengths? How do you double down on them? Do they have challenge areas you're going to have to be ready to help them overcome? And look, we don't give letters, numbers, persona titles because people are complex and adaptable at work. So we help you go in eyes wide open and know how to make this person how to draw the best out in them, make them one of your superstars. And so you get these 2 pages that shows you what the person is like at work. How do they normally operate? So we're getting to those core behaviors, how they operate at work. And then we give you interview questions. So no more guesswork, no more, I don't feel good today, so I'm going to ask fewer interview questions of these people than I did yesterday. It helps level the playing field for hiring managers. And man, we know that especially in sales and service, both variable and fixed tops, but these groups have got to move quickly and they need really good data that's easy to understand. So we take all the psychobabble out of it. We make it really practical, usable data and information to help bring everyone in the hiring decision to the same page. And then we give you interview questions for that person in this job and help you ask tactical questions that really matter. So you save time. Again, it's an efficiency as we're talking about it in the fast lane. It is an efficiency to help you get to the meat of the interview as quickly as possible. And then you can find out, what are their hard skills. So we're looking at soft skills, but once you know what drives a person's behavior, now you can decide, how do we train them? Do we know how to bring them on board? So onboarding and then upskilling. You have a staff that's having to move at the speed of light right now to adjust with technology and engaging with customers. Almost every role in a dealership organization touches the customer at some point. It's not like it used to be where they were all siloed. Now there's all this cross functionality interdepartmentally and then with the clients. And so how do you build, like Carl Soule did, those customers for life? Yeah. And it's by getting those right people, but you have to do it by knowing quickly who can be upskilled, who should we promote, and how do we bring in other people to backfill?
So Cobi, let's say,
go ahead. Mike.
Another, looking at it from a business person's point of view, that we help them make better hires.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, just pure and simple. It's that succinct, right? The data we provide helps them look at you and say, are you a fit for this organization? Are you going to be successful? Can we predict it? And if the answer is yes, you're making a better hire.
Yeah. So, Mike, they usually take this assessment before they would go through the interview process?
Yeah, companies do it differently. What we recommend is that you do it at what we call the top of the funnel, right? So you have a position open, you have 20 people apply, have them take it, narrow that list of 20 down to the 5 that you think are going to be the best fit, then take the time to interview. Don't interview all 20. Narrow it down really quick. We don't, our assessments don't eliminate, our assessments don't say don't hire person A. But what it does do is says, hey, if you have 10, here are the 3 or 4 that are a best match for the role. So start with them.
Yeah, that's amazing too. And I think a big fear with that could be like people lying on their test and trying to be someone they're not. But as soon as you bring them into an interview and you ask them these tailored questions, you can't hide behind that.
Right.
Well, and our tools, the construct of our tools, it'll catch that.
Yeah.
That's why we ask questions multiple times. That's why we ask them in different ways. It'll catch it.
Yeah.
It honestly reminded me of like a mini SAT because there are different sections, and I don't know if it's the same because this is almost 15 years ago.
Don't scare people, Allie.
It was. And there were some sections where I was like, man, I'm a rock star. I like flew through that. And then there was one where, and I might be giving trade secrets away, so just put your hand up if I'm not allowed. But
no, you're good.
Like which one matches? And I struggled with geometry and for whatever reason. I don't like angles, but it was like which shape doesn't match or which shape does match. And I'm like, all right, we're going to just go with our hope, and hopefully my other chapters or other sections will get me out of this one. But it was, and I will say too, something you guys mentioned, which I think is really important, is I think that the managers who had Trego information on me were the best leaders for my growth. I think that they knew what they were getting with me scientifically, like we're discussing, and that if I was veering off the rails in a situation, that they knew who I was at my core and how to bring me back in a way where I stayed motivated, stayed encouraged, and I was able to be successful in that.
So a question for Cobi and Mike and for Allie. So Allie took the assessment. Typically, would Allie know how she performed on that? Or is that confidential to the employer?
It depends on the employer. Where Allie started, she didn't get to know.
I have no idea.
But what she just shared about her manager knowing, her manager used that information in conversation with Allie, whether Allie knew that was happening or not.
Right.
There is a report that is designed for the individual that they can have depending on the culture inside the organization. And so that's part of the strategy that we talk through and help companies know, how do you want to do this? And because it's really important information. And if the person getting it doesn't understand the context for it, then it can be used incorrectly, right? Mike, we never want someone to use this information. I always joke, I say, this is your superpower. Please use it for good and not evil.
Yeah.
But they can also use it wrong. And so we want to make sure it doesn't ever get used incorrectly. But it's not secret information. So
no, and we work with organizations to help build that capability and competence. Yeah. Because the true essence of an assessment, if you're going to get the true power of it, you're going to use it through the whole life cycle of a team member, right? It's bringing them on because you want to make sure you bring on the right person. And then you want them to know where their strengths are and where their opportunities for growth and development are so that they can focus in and own that. If you want someone to own their development, give them information so they can own it. So if you really want to use the power of our assessment or any assessment, the more you engage and communicate and are transparent, the better. And you have to understand how to do that.
Yeah. And it helps you fast track leaders. So if you want to have a succession plan, if you want to have a strategy to bring people up through the ranks so that you don't have to rehire. Sarah, thank you for your comment about strategy, this kind of strategy, helping reduce turnover. When people know they have a path forward inside the organization, they will stay longer. You will keep them so they don't leave and go to your competitors after you did a great job training them. And so it lets you fast track those people who have the strongest leadership traits so that you can start mentoring them and moving them up the path. And that way your rock stars stay. I mean, the best people go where the best people already are.
Wow. So the assessment has been out for many years. Go Trego, quoted in the book, chapter 18, Carl Sewell, Customers for Life. The famous Sewell organization uses it to this day. Cobi and Mike, I'm curious, I would imagine there are many fundamentals, principles that this is based on, but has there been any change to the assessment over the years or things that have been added to it, for our viewers?
There really hasn't. I mean, what we do with this assessment every year is Cobi mentioned earlier about bias and validity, right? We go through a bias and validation test every year to make sure that this is assessing what it assesses. So we commit to that every year. And what we tend to see is not necessarily a change in the assessment, but what we do see is companies who have been using it tightening their ranges because they're getting better at hiring. So if they started with a range of 7 to 9 that they thought see as a fit for their role, maybe it now becomes a 7.5 and an 8.5. So we see companies start to shift the range in their success profiles. We do look at that every year, and because we want to make sure the questions are targeting things, and every so often we might change a word or two. But the sanctity of the questions and the assessment itself hasn't shifted very much.
I like how you put that.
It is, but right, we make sure that the data is modern. It has to fit today's workforce. There are a lot of companies out there who have tools that haven't been validated in 30 years, and there's questions in there that are very difficult to understand because culturally it just doesn't exist anymore. So we do not want to be that tool. We're not becoming a dinosaur.
No. So, and if we do see something in that validation, we'll adapt it then. We definitely will do that. And then we'll study it to make sure that that's valid as well. So we will make those adjustments if the validation says it's time.
So Vanessa and Katrina, I know you met Cobi a little over a year ago at the Northwood International Auto Show. I'm just curious for both of you as students at Northwood, had you been introduced to any kind of an assessment like this prior to that? Was any of that ever included in any of the learnings you have at Northwood? And I know that there's some new learnings coming as well with Go Trego at Northwood. So Vanessa and Katrina, the question for both of you.
Yeah, we've done some sort of like personality tests, like DISC personality, stuff like that, just in some of our curriculum. But Cobi actually came into one of my classes last year, and we were able to take the Go Trego assignment as a class, not as a class, but all individually during class, and kind of see where it fits. It was an automotive class, so kind of seeing your different roles in the dealership and like where you could be. It was very cool and very accurate. And I think that we got a lot of good feedback from that. And it was an upper level senior class. So I think it was valid to a lot of students and realizing their strengths and weaknesses too.
And it helps uncover early talent. We want to have these students have an edge over everyone else who's applying for these jobs, right? And so if they can go in and they know their strengths, and they can even take their assessment into a dealership and say, hey, I want to use this as part of my interview, because they can beat out the competition by proving valid proof that they are right for these roles. And so it's right when they don't have 10 years of experience, but they're vying for those same jobs and they're capable of it, then we can uncover that early talent.
Yeah, or they're there in their family, if they're part of their family business, and they're going through their education to be, because their succession in their family business, and they have this mindset that, well, I got to go into sales. I got to start in sales. And if you look at that person's profile and you see, well, that may not be a driver for you. It may not be something that really energizes you, and maybe service, maybe something on the other sides of the dealership might be a better place for you to cut your teeth. And so getting people to see that can help them choose their path a little bit differently.
Yeah.
So Mike, can somebody score differently over time? Let's say Katrina and Vanessa, now as Cobi described them as early talent, but let's say, fast forward, and let's say they took this test in 5 years or in 10 years, would they score differently?
Yeah, the beautiful thing about us as humans is that as we mature, we learn, right? We set our personality traits are kind of anchored by the time we're about 14.
Okay.
Maybe boys a little bit longer, but we kind of get set, but what's true is that as we experience things, so we as humans, we have experiences. Experience shapes our beliefs, and and that leads to our behaviors. So over years, you shift a little bit. So what we've seen is every 5 years or so is probably a time that you can retake and you'll see shifts. But what I would tell you is you won't likely see major shifts. You'll see movement in some areas and some scales. And there are still elements that when stress really hits or hard times hit, you still revert back to your core. But what you do is you learn to adapt. So I use this example throughout my career when I talk about assessments.
Okay.
I've taken probably every assessment that is out there that's valid, and maybe some aren't even valid. And every single one of them tells you that I'm not a detail-oriented person, which is 100% true, right? That being said, as my career has moved forward, depending on the situation, I can get into the nth degree of detail if I need to. It's just not a motivator and a driver for me. But I've learned that I have to do that in certain cases, and most people do learn. But your original question, Ted, after about 5 to 6 years, it's probably a time to relook and see how the person has shifted a little.
Allie, your thoughts I'm sorry, pardon me.
No, go ahead.
I want to get Allie, your opinion as having taken this, earlier in your career.
Yes, I was just thinking like, hey guys, maybe sidebar after if you want to send me it. It might be time because you probably have my old one in there from 15 years ago. I love to see that because I think that, Michael, I've been taught that, right? That we are who we are by the time we're 12 or 14. It's like our thumbprint. But then situationally, we vary based on what's going on. And then also just the evolution of who we are and how we become more comfortable in different scenarios that might have been unknown to us early on. So I do think that that's fascinating, kind of like a 5-year reset, just to check in and see what has changed. I think that that's great.
Sure. Yeah. I personally have done that with me. There's one assessment that I've been using for 30 years, and I've taken it 5 times. And I'd be very intentional because I'm doing it kind of to test the cadence, right? Mm-hmm. And so I take it very honestly and transparently. And I've seen little movements in a few things, but a couple of points here or there, but not drastic. You're not going to go from introverted to extroverted, right? It's just not going to happen. So
yeah, and the science, like we could totally geek out on the science, and it's so interesting. That's the world we live in, but our clients don't live there. They want to know, does this work? Will it help me achieve what I created my company to do? Will it help me save money and get better performance out of my people? Because my people are going to make or break what I do for a living. Yeah. And that is the truth. And so at the end of the day, our goal is to partner with all of our end clients and say, look, we'll get into the science if you want to see it and know it. And we're happy to share all the data and the development and all of those kinds of things. But it works. It's fast. It's easy. It's affordable. And it will give you the information if you will use it. Just like Allie said, you are welcome to bet against it. It's going to burn you in the end, and we don't want that to happen. So if you can avoid one wrong hire, then you're doing kind for people that you're interviewing. You're not putting them in a job where they're going to fail because you just didn't know, right? Yeah. And so if you can avoid one wrong hire, man, the savings to that's incredible. And then on top of that, the statistics we have about performance increase. We've got one client who in 2 years increased their sales performance by 349%.
Wow.
Right? And it's been insane because they doubled. They're like, we are committed and we're going to do this thing and we're going to get smart about this. And what that means to the bottom line is several $1 million. And Mike, we see it. I mean, right? Do you want your salespeople to sell 3 more cars a month? How much would that mean to the company?
Yeah. I mean, we looked at our top 15 auto dealers that we service, and those who are using the people they hired on the sales side that through our Trego assessment are selling about 13.1 cars per month on average. the people who weren't are selling 7.5 cars less than that. So in the 5.5 cars per month range. And so sales, which is what really matters the most, is what you can impact. And you know, one thing I would add to what Cobi said, if I may, is that the great companies do a lot with their people, right? To develop their people, retain their people, and they should be applauded for that. But even the companies that are great at that, if you don't hire the right people first, then none of those other things really matter. And I grew up, my career has been in the talent space and the talent and culture space. So I live there, but I know that if I don't bring in the right talent, it's hard to sustain it over time. So that selection piece is so critical.
It really is.
I love it. Strong stuff.
That's awesome. I love the motto, figure it out fast, Cobi. Go Trego. It's so fitting.
Right. We want to help you do that. Like, don't hem and haw, don't get stuck making a decision about your people. This data lets you say, okay, I'm checking my gut. I was right where I was wrong, or I needed a little bit more information, but figure it out fast. Bring in the right people very quickly and avoid the wrong people. It's good for you and it's good for them.
Yeah.
Most managers, one of the things they like the least is hiring people. It's like something they just don't want to do. And we're not saying that using our Go Trego assessments is going to make hiring people fun, but you're going to hate it a lot less.
Yeah.
Because
100%.
Love that. That
Well
is the
said.
truth.
Hate it a little less. Love it.
Cobi and Mike were with us at Northwood for the 62nd Annual International Auto Show. We had a chance to meet Mike and learn more about him when he was on this panel at the CAMS Industry Summit, and among his peers, and just learning a lot more about Go Trego and the science of what they do. Mike and Cobi, GoTrego.com is the place for people to find more, and I know they'll be able to see more on the upcoming roundtable as well.
Correct.
Awesome.
All right, cool.
Wonderful.
Thank
Great
you
job,
all.
everybody. Super.
Thank
We have a show coming up in just 2.5 weeks. There you go. There it is. The Fast Lane. We are just about in November. So it's the 17th through the 20th, Monday through Thursday, and it's online. PickStopsRoundtable.com. The tickets are complimentary. You do not want to miss it. A lot coming up, including the Go Trego team. So Cobi and Mike, thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh yeah, Jim, you're not wrong, man.
Who knows?
Thank you.
We know.
They're very expensive mistakes, and not just expensive mistake, but the pain that others in the organization feel because of that. It's a vicious cycle. It's a vicious cycle if you're not careful.
Yes.
So, well, thanks for having us, Ted.
Allie, great stuff again.
Allie,
Mike, thank you.
I love it. Yeah. We got to talk. I do. I would love to, maybe like a sample run.
We'll do it.
But it is great.
We'll do
It really,
They
I
need their
genuinely
calendar.
yeah. So
they're
very, very
growing
excited
that
to meet
calendar.
both of y'all.
Yeah, and Katrina and Vanessa, give it another year or two, and then we can have you guys do it again. We'll see if it's shifted at all.
Yes.
So.
I would love to take the assessment.
Ted, have you taken a go Trego?
I'm gonna be taking it. I can tell it's coming up now. So all right, I'll go first. All right.
You can let us know. Do you want Katrina to analyze it or Vanessa? We'll let one of those.
Yeah, that's dangerous either way, Mike. A lot of hot water. I think they both would like to see it, though. For various reasons. All right. With that, we're going to sign off tonight. We'll see you all Monday night at 8:00 back on the After Dark.
All right.
Take care. Thanks
Good
again.
night, guys.
Do you want to provide your customers with an exceptional car buying journey rather than just a transaction? As Carl Sewell advocates in his book, Customers for Life, the key to ensuring customer loyalty lies in delivering an enjoyable and memorable experience. And that starts with assembling the right team. But how do you guarantee that you're hiring the best talent for the job? According to Sewell, one of the most effective methods is using a pre-employment assessment called the Trego Personnel Survey, which consistently identifies top talent and transforms company culture. While many dealerships recognize the importance of recruiting top talent, The challenge lies in identifying such talent during the hiring process. Enter Go Trego. With over 40 years of research and expertise in the auto industry, Dr. Trego and his team have been instrumental in helping clients like Sewell and many others figure out if the applicant can and will do the job. We adopt a scientific approach to evaluating candidates' behaviors and accurately predicting their job performance. Say goodbye to the frustrations of dealing with subpar hires. With Go Trego, you can transform your staff into the happiest, friendliest, and most reliable team your customers have ever encountered, ensuring customers for life. Let Go Trego guide you in selecting the perfect talent for your organization.
Hop to the finish lines with Joseph Mins from Frog Data Fixed Ops Mojo.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have the Frog Data panel. And Ted, this is an incredible topic and a really important one in our industry.
Sarah, you're exactly right. We're really honored to have Joe Mins with us. We'll be talking today about the Fixed Ops Mojo product. Joe, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted, Sarah. I'm glad to be here. Excited about the product.
Yeah, you work with a lot of dealers, and Sarah, this is really timely. This discussion, especially now here in the fourth quarter, because a lot of dealers are making their plans not just for now, Sarah, but for next year as well.
It's very true, Ted, and really, Joe, just to set the stage and jump right into it. A lot of dealers are thinking about strategies for their fixed ops departments and for the dealership in general. What is Frog Data and what is Fixed Ops Mojo?
So Frog Data's been leaders in the decision analytics for quite some time now. We launched Fixed Ops Mojo back in 2024. It's a performance management platform specifically designed for automotive fixed operations departments. We combine powerful data analytics software with expert coaching to simplify, maximize fixed operations profitability.
And Joe, you really help the dealers focus on what they do best, all right? Because, a lot of times the analytics, the numbers, they're focused on what's happening out in the shop and what's happening throughout the service department and the parts department. So this is really a very, very needed thing, especially at this time.
It's important because service managers, parts managers, fixed ops directors don't have enough time in a day. They have responsibilities all over the dealership, from handling the workflow, customers, to fixing sales managers' computers to a problem in the parts area, or shipping and receiving, or somebody hit a light pole outside with a customer's car. So anything that you come up with needs to be time-saving, efficiency granting, so that it really gives them more time back in their day. And that's how Mojo is designed and built.
Joe, give us a little bit of background. What's your background as well, and a little bit about the company, if you don't mind.
Well, a little about me. I've been laughed at numerous times. I turned down a 4-year scholarship to an Ivy League school so that I could sweep floors inside a car dealership, because I love cars and I wanted to be in the car dealership. And the gentleman who hired me laughed at me, said I was too young to be a technician, and he would hire me to sweep the floor till I was old enough. Here I am 35 years later. I've worked for 5 different dealer groups. I've had as many as 33 different stores with 1,700 employees. I've handled single point stores. I love fixed ops. I've been in fixed ops my whole life. I'll probably never leave fixed ops until I go. Frog Data and its parent company ISMO have been around since the 90s. Ismo is more digital content, CGI, pictures, imagery, marketing. Frog Data is more fixed op centric with data analytics to cover all departments. And you know, we've been excited with some of the new products that have come out, and we have some really time-saving new ones coming out very shortly. You know, they'll really benefit dealerships and time savings with identifying exactly what they need to do and when they need to do it.
And Joe, you know, a lot of our dealers that are listening to this today, you know, you touched on performance management and all the data that goes into just analyzing what happens in your business day in and day out with your employees, with all of these repair orders. It's challenging sometimes. So why is this so important for dealers to be looking at it at this time?
Well, with traffic down, you know, sales, vehicles, everybody's kind of, you know, leaning towards fixed ops to carry the dealerships now, show profits, pay the bills. And of course, just what your average fixed ops department needs is a little bit more pressure to go on them. And so it's important, you know, staffing since COVID, you know, and beyond, staffing issues, you know, profitability suffered for many different reasons over the last few years. And a lot of it is the inability to be able to focus on exactly what they need to do and when they need to do it. And Mojo is designed so that the 10% of items you can look at can create the 90% of profit that you can keep. And it's minimizing, it's hyper focused on exactly what you need to look at, when you need to look at it, and how to affect change and behavior within the dealership quickly and efficiently without consuming time, and actually saving time looking through DMS reports and looking through KPIs that are often misunderstood.
And Joe, you're so right. That's the analytical part of the business. And, you know, it's tough to keep managers focused there, as well as what's going on out on, you know, in the real world as well. Tell us a little bit more, because we know there's things like op codes, which are underutilized, and you come in and you analyze all of this because you work with so many dealers. Tell us some of the things that you look for when you get started with the dealership.
So I always try to find all the early quick wins as soon as I walk into the dealership. And my record was finding a dealership a little over $60,000 in the first hour I was there. And it's a matter of looking at the different DMS settings. It's a matter of looking at op codes, menus, everything, how that dealership operates. You know, each dealership that we go into is completely different. Everything is designed around that dealership, how we operate, what we look for, is custom to every single dealership. And quick funny story for you, I actually did a very large dealer group out in the Midwest, and they brought 3 Ford stores in with them, and we were overhauling their entire menu and offerings. Because you know the standard problem of your average tech has the 5 services he likes to recommend, and your advisors got their 5 they like to recommend, and everybody forgets the other 60 that are in the owner's manual. So we were redesigning their entire Ford maintenance menu, and when we were all done, we came out with 3 different menus. This was the same group, the same people in the same room, and we still left with 3 different menus for them, because we catered a little bit. One had Lincoln, so he wanted to change some of his structure a little bit. And so you have to handle every dealership like it's different. And with my experience in the business, having worked with big groups, it's much different to, you know, have a Stellantis store in Boonville, New York, and a Honda store in Bakersfield, California. You know, they're very different. So you have to be able to cater everything you do to that specific dealership.
And Joe, it's really fascinating to hear that it's so customizable, because, a lot of dealerships, thinking about some of these strategies that they could implement. And, the data part can be a little bit overwhelming, but we were talking in the green room about, some of the opportunities that are available for dealerships. If they look at this data, if they're figuring out some of these pieces with you, how do you take, the data and really translate it into, a long-term plan that's going to make a difference at dealerships?
So here's a good example. When we do a menu for a dealership, we look at everything from how much they pay their techs to how much they charge the customer to their parts markups to every single thing that they do. We do full market research on those. And we have a formula that we put together. So a dealership, think about how an average service manager prices their service. Maybe he makes a couple phone calls down the road. He does an internet search online. And in the end, he's either emotion or gut feeling a price, and he's just coming up with it. We take all of that out and we put the math in. We look at the service menu the same way an owner would expect a used car manager handles his inventory. How much do I have into it? What can I market up? And what's my profit margins when it's all said and done? Nobody has ever looked at service as a whole like that. So, a good story, I was doing a menu for a huge Toyota store, and they're very proud. 80% of everything they did was maintenance. When we dug into it, what we found was their third most common service, 300 of them a month, was a ELR of $65 an hour, and their average tech cost was $42. So they were wasting 450 shop hours a month to get $23 an hour. It didn't make sense. So when you take all of that emotion and gut feeling out of it and you start looking at the math, you really get to dial into where you're winning and where you're losing. We always look for where's the next $2,000 RO or where's the next $500 service. We look down to the dollars. If an oil change can move up $1.50, $2, and you do 1,500 of them a month, that's a lot of money. Do that across 60 different services for any one franchise, and there's a lot of opportunity there. Or maybe you have a great service that's very profitable and you aren't selling it because you're too expensive for all of your customers. So could be great and everybody could be happy with it, but if you only sell one of them a month, it's really not helping you a whole lot. So it's really fine-tuning exactly where you can and where you should be handling maintenance. And when it comes to repair, if your maintenance is in line, no customer's ever walked into a service department and said, "What's your door rate?" They want to know how much a brake job is, how much an oil change is, how much is a transmission service. If you find a broken water pump, then you give them a quote as to what it is. So everybody's very concerned about, the prices or door rates or whichever, when in reality, you really look at what's my average tech cost? Where do I need to be profitable for this dealership? What's my work mix? What's my, what's my strategy between customer warranty and internal, and really catering the entire operational performance so that you maximize profitability without chasing anybody away. That's the really important part of it.
And Joe, historically, dealers have not been good with this pricing element because there's so many factors at work right now. There's been a lot of inflation in the industry, techs, all the things that you alluded to, door rates, warranty rates, what the manufacturer will allow. Are we taking advantage of everything that we possibly could? Plus our competitors as well. And what are they charging? Not just other OEMs, but the aftermarket. So Joe, you really provide a unique service to the dealer with your expertise to help them, if you will, fine tune the dollar amounts to make sure, like you said with the example, that they're making the most with their services and they're not undercharging where they're overperforming.
Correct, and that's like a first step in.
Yeah.
The next step is you have to get the next step in is you have to get service advisors and the entire team all of the tools they need to do their job the way you want them to, the way you think they're doing. giving them access to change pricing is necessary if they don't have the right payment types, the right labor types, the right set of labor op codes. I found one dealership that was trying to tighten the range by removing access to change pricing from service advisors, except that it only took them about a week to figure out that if I create a new labor op every time I need a custom price, it never shows up as a discount. It never shows up anywhere because it's a properly programmed labor op. It's just custom pricing. That dealership had over 9,000 dealer-defined labor ops in their system, when really they should have 300, maybe 400 tops in their system. Service advisors are very creative when they have a problem in front of them and they have to solve it, and they will solve it. So it's a matter of giving them the tools they need to do the job the way you want it done, and then turning off the abilities to take off roads. And then Mojo provides the guardrails to see if anybody steps off of the path that you're looking for. If your ELR on your alignment is $140 and Mojo flags it for saying, why do you have a $73 ELR on this RO? Now I'm giving them the direct target of somebody deviating from what their plan is. We operate most service departments now with hoping everybody's doing what they're supposed to do, and nobody would do this and nobody would discount this, but it happens every day in almost every dealership out there. And it's a matter of controlling it. The first problem is not the employees. The first problem is them having all of the different tools and settings and functions to do it the way you want them to do it. Otherwise, they're in survival mode and they're just trying to accomplish an impossible task without having all of the right tools and settings.
Joe, it's really fascinating to hear, the oversight that is available with Frog Data and Fixed Ops Mojo. I'm curious because I'm sure, as you mentioned, service directors, service managers, looking at all of these pieces, they're wondering as we're having this conversation, at the end of the day, how ultimately do I use this software? How do I use this platform, in my day-to-day functions? Am I getting, a report that's getting sent to me? Am I able to log into a dashboard? Could you talk to us a little bit about just how a dealer, in their day-to-day life would be, in the system and using it?
Sure. I'm glad you asked. I was one of those fixed operations directors that would come in 2 or 3 hours early trying to get my entire day's worth of work done before the 8 o'clock bell went off, and then who knows what's going to happen for the rest of the day. So Mojo was designed so that management doesn't have to come in early. They come in 15 minutes before the door opens, they grab a cup of coffee, they sit down, they log into the Mojo dashboard, and it tells them everything that's happened over the last couple of days and exactly what to go and inspect and why to inspect it. So if I have an error, if I have a part misbilled, if I have a labor op that got modified or the sale price that got changed, Mojo's going to call it out and say, you need to look at these repair orders. This is why. Look at these. And we have it built under 6 different primary categories that we look at, from work in process to labor gross to parts gross to effective labor rate, discounts, even advisor performance. And it's kind of like eating an elephant one bite at a time. I can tell you to go through your 200 open RO work in process, but we all know in reality that's not going to happen today. I'm going to get through 15 of them. Somebody's going to bang on my door, and then I've got to leave. So if I give you 15 minutes worth of, let me see what I've got to check from yesterday. And the interesting byproduct is when you're doing that, your employees know that you're going to get it flagged every day. So they stop doing this stuff. So, it's its own built-in accountability. It's funny, we actually had a service advisor. We asked him how he liked Mojo, and he said, you mean Fixed Ops Tattletale? Because it tells on every foolish thing that happens, mistakes, system settings, or employees. And then for upper management, we have what we call the executive summary, which is a summary of every repair order that was highlighted with a problem for today. So every morning, I always called it a general manager cheat sheet. He opens up his cheat sheet and he knows exactly which ones to call back and ask about. What happened on this RO? What happened on this RO? And the idea is, if a problem happened yesterday and you find it and fix it today, it doesn't happen again tomorrow. And if you do that all month long, then the end of your month looks much better than the beginning of your month. Whereas typically in a lot of dealerships, it's the end of the month comes after, we've been crazy all month. We run all the reports and see how we did. This kind of gives you immediate access to change how you're doing so that at the end of the month, you know what's going on. You've checked stuff all month long. You've stopped 12 different problems along the way, and things got better each month. And we've had dealerships that have gotten, my top is 58% overall ELR improvement just watching the ELR ROs every day and questioning what happened, finding errors, and fixing them. In addition to both of those, the management executive summary and the dashboards, we send out daily alerts. We'll find any repair orders that have more than a 20% deviation from what our targets are. And we will send an alert each day saying, you need to check these ROs. You lost $950 yesterday on these 3 ROs. And it brings it real to them. They know if I didn't have these 3 problems yesterday, I would be $950 ahead. And that's only 3 ROs of the up to 50 that we could be showing you what's there, where the problems are.
Joe, we've heard great things from our dealers about frog data. You help hold people accountable. You help general managers look at what they need to be looking at so they become more efficient. You point out things to them that they may or may not be aware of. So congratulations to you on that. And you help a lot of dealers become more profitable and efficient. Joe, for our audience who may have heard about frog data and is interested in this, okay, and who wouldn't be, let's face it. Joe, what's the next step? How do dealers find out more? Can they ask you questions? Can they reach out to you? How do they get involved and how do they learn more?
You can certainly email me at joseph.mins, M-I-N-N-S, @frogdata.com. You could also email Chris Dula at chris.dulla @frogdata.com. He's the vice president. We'd be more than happy to discuss any opportunities, any help you may need. And again, we customize everything we do for each individual dealership we work with.
All right. Joe, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I want to wish you and the Frog Data family a happy Thanksgiving next week. And thanks for all you do for the industry.
Thank you very much, Ted and Sarah. I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Everybody reach out for more information on Frog Data, Fixed Ops Mojo, Joe Mins, who's with us here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. His email is scrolling at the bottom of the screen as well. Everybody, Frog Data, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Meet Ted and Sarah at the finish line as they close out our Northwood pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Ted, what an incredible day at the Fixed Ops Roundtable pop-up event.
I'll tell you, Northwood University did not disappoint once again. We met some amazing people here. And what would you say was your favorite part of the whole thing?
I really feel like the students delivered just incredible information about Northwood University, and also just to hear their stories about how they got involved with the college and what made them choose to come here. There's so many opportunities for them and to get involved in not only automotive, but all kinds of other majors as well.
And we met a lot of the alumni, Sarah. People who are carrying on the legacy, plus the faculty and the people behind the scenes. And a big shout out, of course, to Kent McDonald, to LG Bright, Dr. Matt Bennett, Mike Stoll at CDK Global, Dr. Dave Oventhal, and all the people who really make it happen, not to mention Katrina Ness, General Chair of the show.
It's incredible, Ted. And, we met Katrina 2 years ago, which is amazing. We met her right here at Northwood University, and we had the opportunity to interview her for a student panel. And then we got to take her and Vanessa Collins on as interns. And it's so exciting to see just how they've grown as people throughout their time here at Northwood and then with the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Well, a lot ahead, everybody. Thank you for joining us here at the International Auto Show at our Fixed Ops Roundtable event. And Sarah Van Tyne and I have a lot in store for you at the Fixed Ops Roundtable in the coming weeks and months. So we thank all of you for being a big part of what we do and making this fixed opportunity and community all come together.
It's incredible, Ted. Stay tuned because we've got exciting things happening at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and not only our pop-up events, but our virtual events and more fun news to come.
On behalf of Sarah Van Tyne, I'm Ted Ings at Northwood University. Thank you so much for joining us.
As we wave the checkered flag on the fast lane, we want to thank you for joining us on the racetrack as we took Fixed Ops to a whole new gear. Ted Ings, Sarah Van Tyne, Katrina Ness, myself, and our Fixed Ops Roundtable team appreciate you all for tuning in to the 30th Fixed Ops Roundtable event. Are you ready to rock? Exchange your car keys for a guitar pick because the Fixed Ops Roundtable is hosting the concert of the century from January 26th through the 29th. That's right. Join us for the Fixed Ops Roundtable Rock Revolution. And you better believe we're turning the volume all the way up. Rock out.